Meeting to order, it's 6:02. This is a hybrid meeting, which means it's also on Zoom as well as in person. The Board of Selectmen are in person, so I don't have to do a roll call. There will be no public hearings. And if you want to watch this meeting via Zoom, the meeting ID number is 821-5620-8144, and the passcode is 542745, and this is on Channel 9, and it will continue to play on Channel 9. I'm going to entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we enter into executive session under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Numbers 2 and 3. Number 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, town assessor contract. And number 3, to discuss the strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares.
I declare.
Negotiations with Dayton police officers, Mass Cop Local 306.
Second.
Ask for a roll call. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is an aye. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and please remain standing. Please remain standing.
At this time, we ask for a moment of silence for the following members who have passed since our last meeting. Marjorie Anthony, Paul Sproul, Mark Rhines, brother of Planning Board Chairman Timothy Rhines, Wanda Foley, daughter of Daniel Foley of Dayton, Joan Orton, who was the first female softball coach in Swansea Girls League, Paul Phillips, who was a resident of Dayton for the past 10 years. Also, Jared Smith, Riley McCollum, David Espinoza, Maxon Soviak, Ryan Noss, Darren Hoover, Johanna Rosario Picardo of Massachusetts, Nicole Gee, Hunter Lopez, Dagan Page, Carrie Nykel, Taylor Hoover, Humberto Sanchez, and Dylan Marola, all military personnel that were killed at the Kabul airport bombing. I ask for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to go to agenda item 13A.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Do a roll call. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is aye. I will entertain a motion to appoint Stephanie, what's the last name?
Schechter.
Schechter, as our assessor, town assessor.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is an aye. I'll entertain a motion to pass. I'll entertain a motion to approve her contract.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we ratify the employment agreement between the town of Dayton and Ms. Stephanie Schechter, town assessor, as presented this evening.
Second.
Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. I'll do a roll call. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye.
Congratulations.
Will you stand up so the
Thanks,
town can see you? Thank you. Going back to the regular agenda, This happens to be Suicide Prevention Month, and we have a proclamation. Whereas September is known globally as Suicide Prevention Month, and whereas the goal is to start the conversation about mental health and the impact of suicide in order to destigmatize the conversation, help connect people with the appropriate support services, and whereas the pandemic has changed our fabric of life and major life changes our environmental risk factors for suicide, and whereas according to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, suicide is the 10th leading cause of death among adults and the second leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 10 and 34 in the U.S. And whereas each and every suicide directly impacts a minimum of 100 additional people, including family, friends, co-workers, neighbors, and community members, and whereas Town of Dayton publicly places its full support behind those who work in the fields of mental health, education, and law enforcement, and whereas all residents are encouraged to take the time to understand the importance of mental health education and recognize that taking care of ourselves and others includes taking care of mental health. Now therefore, we, the Board of Selectmen of the Town of Dayton, do hereby recognize the month of September 2021 as Suicide Prevention Month and urge all citizens of the Town of Dayton to take cognizance of this event and participate fittingly in the observance. And it's to be signed by Ken Pacheco, Chairman, Leonard Hull, Clerk, and Dr. Brett Sidofis as a member of the Selectmen.
Mr. Chairman, if you're entertained in motions, I motion that we approve the Suicide Prevention Month proclamation as presented this evening.
Is there a second?
Second?
Is there any discussion? I do want to point out that the Human Rights Committee met this past Monday, and this was on their agenda. They had two speakers, and one of those speakers happens to be our Veterans Agent, Raymond Haig, and he did a very good presentation. It wasn't live, it's on Zoom, and I'm not sure if it's been posted on YouTube yet, but I would ask you to take a look at that. He indicated that 25% of suicides are from veterans, which I didn't realize was that high. And there are numerous, every day there's numerous veterans committing suicide, impacts their family. And also, there's been an uptick in that since the end of the Afghanistan war. Veterans knowing people that are over there that, that are still there. So unfortunately, sadly, veterans are really impacted by suicide. So any chance you get an opportunity to thank his service person, a veteran, I would appreciate it, and I'm sure they would appreciate it, and be willing to talk to them. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for a roll call vote on the citation.
Aye.
Selectman Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye. So thank you. Schedule appointments. Our first scheduled appointment is Patricia Gale's Historical Commission. She's to talk about the historical survey contract and specifically the person that's to be hired as the consultant.
Hi.
Hi.
Another step. On August 31st, the Historical Commission, as the selection committee for the preservation consultant, met and unanimously voted to bring forward Stacy Spies as our preservation consultant for our survey project to update our Form Bs on the Macros website. So, that being said, Stacy interviewed well. She's done projects very similar to ours in the community-wide survey. She's with older homes. Her work was meticulous. The Form Bs that she gave us as examples were very, very well done, included architectural kinds of information, and she also included some local color to it, some stories, the genealogy of the people that lived in the houses, so that you got a full picture of why that house was important, why that building was important. Her references all gave glowing remarks about her. She was organized, she was on time, she met all of the phases, she met all of the criteria for their projects. So we were very happy to bring her forward tonight. With Mike Mullen, the town administrator, he put together the contract. The contract has been approved by the Massachusetts Historical Commission between the town and the preservation consultant, so that's one step also done. So we are ready to ask you, as a Board of Selectmen, to appoint Stacy, I guess appoint her as our preservation consultant, and then we can get the contract to her.
So as the liaison for the Board of Selectmen to the Historical Commission, I was present when she was interviewed. She was very impressive, and I like what she's done in the past, and I look forward to working with her in the town of Dayton. So I will entertain a motion to appoint Stacy.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Stacy Winter,
Spies,
Spy,
S-P-I-E-S.
S-P-I-E-S,
Yes, yeah.
Spies, as, to conduct the historical survey.
May I make an amendment, and then I'm going to second it? As the historic preservation consultant. Just
You
the
okay
title.
with that amendment?
As per the contract.
Okay,
Is it okay with the amendment?
thank you.
Do you second it?
I do.
If I can, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So if the board in the motion will be able to authorize you as the chairman to execute such contract, that would be great as well.
It's not a separate vote with the board. Okay, I see. My apologies. I see the signature line.
I thought it was separate too, so.
So I will, can I just rescind my motion? Mr., oh, it was,
Rescind your second,
Yeah.
rescind your motion.
I
we'll have no
rescind my
motion.
second.
Okay, thank you.
Do you rescind the motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Chairman, if you're entertaining motions, I motion that we appoint Stacy E. Spies, architectural historian, to be the historic preservation consultant, and to authorize you, the chairman of the Board of Selectmen, to sign the contract on behalf of the board as chairman.
Is there any second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just wanted to thank the Historical Commission and our town administrator for their work on this, and really to highlight the good work that the Historic Commission is doing under your leadership,
you.
Mrs. Gales.
Thank you. And I'd also like to thank the CPC for putting forth the funding on this project, and also to the Board of Selectmen for your support, and the townspeople, because if we didn't have that vote at town meeting, we wouldn't be here tonight. So it's a really big step for Dayton. So thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
So that the residents know that this was $25,000 that the CPC provided the monies
Right.
for. It's going to be reimbursed once this is complete,
Right.
$12,500. So it really cost the town only $12,500 in the CPC money, so that's great.
Okay, thank you so much.
We're going to take a vote.
Oh,
We
okay.
haven't.
Hang on.
Roll call, Selectman Hull,
Aye.
Dr. Z,
Aye.
and Campuchico is also an aye.
Okay,
Do we have the
great.
contract?
We do. We'll get that to you tomorrow.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I'll be in tomorrow to sign it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Okay.
Gales.
Thank you.
In the Historic Commission.
So the next agenda item is Police Chief, Chief McDonald.
Hi, Chief.
Good evening, Board of Selectmen. How are you?
Good,
Good,
how are you?
thank you.
Okay, first, there's a few things I'd like to present to you, Board, and go over it. The first thing is, I'd like to thank the guys from the police department here for this tonight. I'm glad they came here. I'm glad they were here to, for a good day here tonight, okay? Steve, you know, so why don't you guys come up front? So the first thing. The first thing I'd like to do to the board is introduce our new members of our police department. Steve Hathaway. Steve is now the SRO at the high school. He started when the first day of school, so he's been up there. Alyssa Bennett, she is a new member of the police department. She also is an assistant to Steve. If any issues come up, that she can assist him with and help him out at the school. So those are our two new full-time employees. The Julie Horton, who is a reserve, unfortunately, she couldn't be here. She's working tonight, and she had a female arrest, so she's down at the station right now. So she's doing very well here, too. Actually, she's in training, and tonight's her last night, and she should be set to go on the road by herself. So glad to have these guys aboard.
Thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations.
Second thing, I'm here to make a recommendation for a full-time patrolman in the department. AJ, can you come forward, please? Aaron Swartz, he's completed all his training, everything that he needs to do. Actually, he will be starting the police academy on Monday, September 20th. He'll be going to the police academy in Plymouth. So, Aaron Swartz, I'd like to make a recommendation that we appoint him as a full-time patrolman in the police department.
I'll entertain a motion.
Before I make the motion, do we need to make it pending successful completion of the academy?
Yes, I would recommend that.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I motion that we appoint Aaron Swartz as a full-time police officer with the Dayton Police Department pending successful completion of all the associated requirements incumbent upon a police officer.
Second.
Any discussion?
None, I'm excited. Happy to see
Roll
you.
call vote. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is an aye.
Congratulations.
Okay, last, I'm here tonight to present a lieutenant to the Dayton Police Department. It's well overdue. We've gone through this since April, working on this, and we finally got to the end to get this going. So I'm going to read my recommendation to the board. Prior to the approval of the FY22 budget approval with the addition of a lieutenant position to the organization structure of the police department being considered, I had posted the position in April to obtain an interest based on the criteria and job description for the role that was drafted and accepted by both Board of Selectmen and I. 2 officers who met the criteria submitted their letters of interest. After speaking with the candidates, conducting interviews, observing them, and taking note of their potential over the years, consideration on who to recommend for promotion as a lieutenant. After weighing all this, I would like to formally recommend Sergeant Sean Cronin to be promoted to the position of lieutenant. Sergeant Cronin has demonstrated his dedication to this department in this town in many ways since being hired as a reserve officer, and his knowledge, along with his proven leadership abilities, make him the best candidate for the position. In this era of policing, we are fortunate to have a candidate who welcomes additional challenges. There is nobody better suited to this responsibility on this. I look forward to his promotion and continue working with his new role. I'd like to make a recommendation that we make Sergeant Cronin, Lieutenant Cronin in the Dayton Police Department.
Does the board have any questions?
No.
If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Officer Sean Cronin to the position of lieutenant on the Dayton Police Department.
I will second that, Mr. Chairman.
Need to pending approval of the contract?
Yes, I would like to, if it's okay with Selectman Hull, just amend the motion to include pending successful contract negotiations.
So be it.
Would you second that motion?
I do.
Any discussion?
I just wanted to say how much I've learned from you. We've worked on grants together. I know how important your expertise, for example, in the field of IT has been, not just to the department, but to the town. I feel like I've been honored to learn from you. I'm really happy that you even want to be the lieutenant of Dayton Police Department. I also wanted to say we have Selectman Dean Cronin here tonight, which is an honor. I served with you, former Selectman Cronin, and I'm just really happy that this day is here.
If I can just add also that I worked with Sean a few years at the courthouse when I handled the jury session as a probation officer, and Sean represented the town of Dayton. I was always impressed with his work. He was always prepared, and he made Dayton look very good. I mean, there were some departments that didn't look that great, but Sean always did a great job, so I was always impressed with his work in the court system.
So if we can, I'd like to have Lieutenant Cronin come up here, and with his wife, I would hope he's gonna have in the back.
You just have to take the vote
Yeah,
first.
so before before we, okay,
Hold on.
before we do that, we're gonna actually appoint him first.
Right,
Yeah.
we haven't voted
I thought you
yet.
already did that. You guys didn't do that yet?
We nominated him.
We've been talking, so.
Okay.
I'll take a vote. Roll call, let's let him know.
Aye.
Dr. Z? Aye. And Campuchico is happily denied. We need a picture for Facebook, so.
I want to get a picture of this. Aww.
Yeah, I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity. I think being in this field, you meet a lot of different types of people, and we're very fortunate to have a supportive town government. We've tried to do the best that we can to hire the best candidates to put us all in a position to succeed, and I appreciate everything that they do, and
Tough time in this border, Nancy. What's up with that?
And I take the responsibility of making sure that I help continue in their growth very, very seriously. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chief. Thank you very much. And here's to the future.
Okay, we're gonna have. Our assistant clerk, swear him in.
Sean, can you solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties that come upon you as an appointed lieutenant for the Dayton Police Department of the town of Dayton, in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Mass and the bylaws of the town of Dayton?
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Handshaking okay?
We insist.
Yes. Thank you. Don't run away. What's that? Yeah, I'm not.
We're gonna take a picture, Sean, with your mom and dad, the board of selectmen.
So Lieutenant Cronin, do you want to take a picture with your mom and dad as well?
Yeah, we'll get one just of the family with Laura. Come on up. It's pictures.
The letter from the chief. where's my procedure?
He's over there. I'm gonna give it.
Mike started calling Karen KB, a nickname that I've worked on for 6 years. I'm like, it's happening. Mike, when did you start calling Karen KB? Did you get it from me? I think I did. Yes!
Are we good?
Cable is so funny.
Okay, continuing with the meeting. The next agenda item is the Board of Health contact tracing.
So,
Anybody from the Board of Health going to be here, or?
so I anticipated that there may be, Mr. Chairman, but if I could take this, so I'm happy to take this on their behalf. So this, the request for contact tracing, it actually goes back to the board's last meeting, like when a discussion about.
Excuse me, can we take that conversation? Mike, can we take
Chief,
that conversation outside, please? Thank you.
So actually, the conversation goes back to the board's last meeting, when there was a discussion about the town's status in terms of the number of cases. And it is unfortunate to report that, like in the last 2 weeks, we have had a total of 27 cases. So that means we're currently in the red. And this also combines with the fact that our public health nurse resigned effective the end of last week. So in the meantime, we have a responsibility as a town to do the contact tracing, and what our request is, and we discussed this actually with the school department earlier, because the schools have had an influx of cases which we're now having to contact trace as a town through the town's Maven system. And so what the request is that from now until the end of October, and until we're able to hire a new public health nurse, that we go back to the model that we had for a lot of last year, where the health agent and the office manager in the Board of Health are authorized to work overtime, and that we seek reimbursement through the CARES Act to do so. And the reason I mentioned that it would actually only go through the end of October is because the town's eligibility to apply for CARES Act funding only goes through the end of October. After that, you'll see when we get to the special town meeting planning, actually later in the agenda, we have asked, and I am also asking for an increase in funding for public health nurse services, so that when we do hire a new public health nurse, that our new public health nurse and the arrangement that we will have with our new public health nurse, we will have the hours and the capacity built in to do the contact tracing from our public health nurse, and for hopefully our public health nurse to have access and to maintain all the access that we have to the Maven system, which is what in other communities public health nurses are doing.
Second Hall?
I am appalled by the very fact that, one, we said at the last meeting, when we crossed into 25, we would have an emergency meeting to discuss this. Two, we crossed 25 partly the emergency meeting was to start contact tracing. As a result, when did we cross 25?
So just this week, we crossed 25. Up until the end of last week and through the weekend, we were actually well under 25. We just actually hit 27, and we crossed the 25 threshold actually this week, the week that we're in now.
Why, in light of the fact that we are in the red zone, with, I'm sure that many people here are going to have questions on the public input as to why strategies and the health agent is not here tonight to answer those questions. That's an emergency situation. That has endangered the lives of people. We haven't started contact tracing. Did it?
Yes.
We have?
Contact tracing has been done through the end of last week, and actually since the end of last week, we have also been utilizing the CTC, which is a state agency as well. So contact tracing has been happening. It's just with the increase in numbers and with the fact, like actually combined with the fact that our public health nurse left, we wanted to have a specific plan to move forward.
I thought that specific plan was going to be discussed in an emergency meeting.
So, and that's what I'm proposing.
Where is Mr. Pilling to have that discussion?
Just for some clarification.
Yes,
Since our last meeting, our numbers were actually going down.
yes,
And then the last 2 weeks, they were up, a combination of 2 weeks, they went up to 16.
yes.
And at today's meeting with the nurses at the, in our school system, and Todd Pillings was there as well as Roz, he indicated the last couple of days, the numbers went up to like 26 or 27.
Yes.
So it's the last couple of days. So I think this is all because school, unfortunately, school is back in, and they're getting cases from the school. So the emergency you're talking about, I don't believe we had the emergency until very recent. So I appreciate your concern about that. I'm going to let Dr. Zan, I want to go back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Health.
I want to ask, related to Selectman Hull's line of questioning, rather. So what we're being told tonight, if I understand correctly, and maybe I misunderstood, it's been a long day, was that because we don't have a public health nurse, the health agent and possibly the office manager need to do the contact tracing. That's correct, right? That's what you stated before. And
Yes.
so my point is, the public health nurse was never doing the contact tracing. In fact, Mr. Gale, who's sitting in the front row, repeatedly asked at several different meetings why the public health nurse wasn't doing the contact tracing. So they were never doing it. So that shouldn't be a reason why
So a
the
public health
personnel need
nurse,
to do it.
so a public health nurse who just resigned was actually doing the contact tracing over the summer, and she has been able to do the contact tracing over the summer because the cases over the summer had been at a way more manageable level. So we as a town, though, even when the levels increase, we still all have that responsibility. And frankly, the proposal to increase the public health nurse hours, it's frankly coming from me because I understand the responsibility that we have to do this as a town. And I see where our current funding for public health nurse services to do that,
I understand.
it's under what it should be.
But that's, so, totally not disagreeing with anything you just said, and also not giving my opinion on whether I would support more hours or not. What I'm literally asking is, you continuously are saying that we have the responsibility, but the state also helps. So why is it just our responsibility? And I'm not saying that please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it or we shouldn't help or we shouldn't do everything we can to assist. What I'm saying is, why is it our sole responsibility? Because I've spoke to other town managers and administrators in other towns, and do you know what they do? call the state.
Send it
So
out.
I don't understand if it's 25, and I'm not saying this isn't a lot of cases.
Yep.
It is a lot of cases where obviously we're back in the red. But what I'm saying is, we started the contact tracing with the health agent and the office manager jumping in and really taking over when the cases were too manageable to get a return call from the state.
Yes.
We're not at that point. It's
So-
not hundreds of cases a week, it's 25, so why can't the state handle that, is my question.
So if I could, Mr. Chilick, because I believe we heard the answer when we were on the call, actually with the school district and with the nurses, so with the nurse who works at the DES and DMS. So when we and the schools and other communities have been relying on the state, and that's well and good. It's something that the state has been offering, so we wouldn't have to bear that whole responsibility, if you will. But what the issue is the state has been even more delayed in getting back to people and reaching out. And the model that, even though arguably it hasn't been perfect, the model that we have here, and that's been working with the schools where we actually do that locally, it's much more quicker than what folks have experienced with the state.
No more questions?
Yes, oh, yes, I do. First thing, priorities. It's nice to have the state on our side, but we deal directly with the people of the town of Dayton. When a crisis comes up, not looking for the state, we jump in and ask the state to help us.
Agreed.
When a problem is created, we're on top of it first at the local level.
Yes.
With that in mind, in light of the fact that the Board of Health is not here this evening, are you able to give me the demographics as to the breakdown of age groups of those individuals who put us in the red?
So I do not have that information. I asked for that from the Board of Health.
Secondly, what steps have been taken, working with the school department, to have a strategy to deal with those cases if, in fact, the spike is at the school level and not with the elderly or another population that has comorbidities?
Yes.
See, these are the questions that someone from the Board of Health should be here tonight to answer. And in fairness to you, Mr. Mullen, they really put you in a bad position. And I'm not, on something as serious as this, I'm not going to just let it go unaddressed. Because this is a public meeting. Word coming out of this meeting, we're now in the red. What strategies are businesses going to take? Do we implement those strategies, or does the Board of Health? What do we tell our businesses? You understand where I'm coming from? And these are all questions that it would be wonderful if the health agent were here this evening to answer in the light of a crisis. Thank you.
As a result of today's meeting, though, there was an agreement, I believe, that the school departments would meet with the local Board of Health. Our town administrator attended that meeting, and there was a representative from Rehoboth, and they're going to meet on a weekly basis, and they've talked about the possibility of meeting twice a week if the numbers continue to increase. So there is a plan for that. Do you know when the pandemic task force is going to meet again? Because that sounds like that needs to happen so they can have a recommendation to the board.
So yes, I talked with the fire chief about that yesterday. And we're gonna call a meeting for the beginning of next week.
So, may I just address Selectman Hull's question?
Yeah.
So, I guess my first question is, I'm looking at the last two, the most recent report that we got from the Board of Health, and they send us a weekly email about what so from from August 30th to September 5th, there were 5 cases. From September 6th to September 12th, there were 11. So where are we getting the 20?
No, yeah, that was 16. What Todd had told us at the meeting was that we had 16 the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's the 16.
Yep.
The last couple of days, it's Wednesday, that was Monday, that came
This
out.
is real time we're talking
Real
about.
time.
Okay.
We got this big increase in numbers.
Okay, okay.
That's when we got the big increase in numbers.
So to answer Selectman Hull's question about the last 2 weeks, not the real time, I don't obviously have that. 3 were 0 to 19, ages 0 to 19, and 3 were 20 to 29, 1 was 40 to 49, 3 were 50 to 64, and 1 was 65 to 74. So it's almost like half young, half older.
And our students didn't start school until September 9th, so we're gonna see that,
Yep.
I think, my personal opinion is we're gonna see an increase in numbers. Did you have your hand up again?
No, no.
So yeah, like, you know, all this information, like, again, it's very real-time information. We, like, and I had a conversation with, like, actually the Board of Health office yesterday, and and there was a discussion that they were, actually having a meeting with the school department today. So, like, and I respectfully asked, and otherwise told them that I and Ken wanted to attend. So we actually understood, exactly what the plan was. So in that we can move forward together with the plan. So this is evolving very quickly, but the fact of the matter is that we have seen this spike really in the last, only 2 days or so, and we're reacting in real time to it.
So I want to ask our Board of Health agent to approach. We were just talking about the recent numbers, the previous 2 weeks up until, I don't know if it's Sunday. What day was what day did you say it was up to?
Through the 12th.
12. 2 weeks, we had 16, and you had mentioned, I told the public and my colleagues that you had mentioned at the meeting today, but the past couple of days, that's when we've seen this big jump in numbers. And what was the increase, so we can get the figures, the last?
Yep, so I was home watching on YouTube, and as soon as I realized I had to get down here. So the problem that happens is when I report numbers to you, this is why the state reports them on Thursday from the Sunday before, because it takes up to 72 hours to get information in the system. So when I reported to you Monday, that was the 11 and the 5 was 16. What happened was everybody that got tested over the long weekend all popped into the system on Monday and Tuesday and this morning. This morning there were, whatever it was, 16 new cases that came into our system, which presumably the tests went to the lab on Monday and that. So that's why there's a swell. So it was actually 22 cases from last week. They just didn't get input into the system until this week.
In the state, I've noticed now that for the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they don't publish those numbers until late Monday. I
Thursday.
think.
Well, yeah.
Monday,
Yeah.
for that week, for the
Yep.
weekend. So, any questions from the board?
So we're never in real time, which makes it very complicated.
Understood.
Mr. Pilling, what steps are the Board of Health recommending in light of the fact that we're in red in regards to the businesses in the town of Dayton?
At this point in time, the state hasn't urged anything. The Board of Health, we didn't have any of our own regulations last time. We followed the state guidance. At this point, we're probably going to stick to that. I don't anticipate we're going to come up with new, but again, this only just happened like as of this morning when we saw the numbers. So the pandemic task force will meet, but that's only going to be talking about like Dayton town buildings. So at this point, I don't.
Second question. Who were you dealing with with the schools in regards to COVID? The superintendent or the principals, or since you don't, there's no nurse, correct,
Well,
to assist you?
right, we do not have our nurse now. She was assisting us, obviously, up until a couple weeks ago. At the schools, we work with the superintendents, the principals, the custodians, the nurses, and we've even had question and answer sessions with the teachers. At this point in time, It's Kristen Donahue is her name for the DR school district. And through her, we deal with the district nurse and then the school nurses, who are generally talking to the kids who are positive and their parents and the contacts of those kids.
Do you have a strategy in dealing with the outbreaks if they do happen at the schools?
Well, every situation is handled differently, but ultimately you get all the names, you call all the people. We may have to shut down a classroom. Teachers may have to go into quarantine or isolation. Every case is different. It depends if they're vaccinated, not vaccinated, having symptoms, not having symptoms. So unfortunately, it's a scenario by scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Does the board have any other questions?
So, again, we're going to potentially vote on resuming contact tracing, or are we waiting until the pandemic task force?
So the recommendation at this point is to resume the contact tracing
Through the CARES Act?
through the CARES Act,
Okay,
through overtime for the health agent
okay,
and the office manager, as we did
yeah, before previous.
early in the year.
So may I ask one question about that? What happens when the CARES Act money, I'm just trying to think of, I want to anticipate
Yes.
everything so we don't have a hiccup in our response.
Understood.
What happens if the cases are still high enough to warrant contact tracing?
Yes.
But the funds, the CARES Act funds, which are federal funds, have run out?
Yes.
What happens?
We have a few options. We're planning for that as we speak. So number one, that's why we're planning and anticipating the continuation of that with the additional funding for public health nursing that at special town meeting. So the CARES Act runs out the end of October. Special town meeting is November 1st. So then we can continue on after that. Also, the state is making, and I had a discussion with former Director O'Connor this afternoon. The state has made available a solicitation for communities through combis, for additional contact trace funding, which I'm going to look into further. And also at the same time, the state is actually encouraging more regional public health nurse shared services. So they're actually incentivizing state funding for that as well. I had a conversation with one community this afternoon, and they're interested in pursuing some type of shared service arrangement with the town of Dayton too. So we have a more long-term plan. So all this is in the works, but to answer your question, in the very short term, after the end of October, one of the reasons why I'm proposing the additional public health nurse funding is to take us actually further into the year. After the end of October, regardless of what happens with any other shared funding or any conversation with any other community, because we have that obligation on our own, not anyone else.
Selectmen help.
How long has it been that we've been without a nurse?
September 9th was her last day.
So we've saved some money over that time. And until we hire a nurse, we're saving some money, correct?
So no, the nurse is paid on a per diem rate. So it's paid on a per diem rate,
But we budgeted X amount of money in that line item.
$3,000, yes.
So it is possible if we needed to transfer to get to town meeting, that we could, if we should run into a financial problem.
You
Yeah.
mean from the public health nurse line to the,
Well, some of them,
I don't
can
know
we
if
get
that's
trans,
allowed.
So in the Board of Health expense line,
we could transfer.
That, yes.
that could conceivably happen.
I don't think a salary to a salary transfer is something
No,
that's
but we
allowed.
could transfer monies to fill the gap between if we run out and
Yes.
town meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
I also want to point out ARPA funds may be used for contact tracing too.
Yes, I'm sorry. That is what,
That's good for the next 5 years.
yes.
Separate from CARES Act?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that doesn't run out? I'm sorry, I have
Fi-
like a million
5 years.
questions. No, 5 years? Okay,
Hopefully, we won't need contact tracing for 5
understood,
years.
understood.
Let's hope not. So, we're being asked to allow them to work overtime to do the contact tracing under the CARES Act. Now, a Board of Health agent works 28 hours
Yeah,
a week.
so-
So, any additional hours, will that be covered by CARES, or does the town pay from 28 to 35, and then it's covered?
Bingo.
So I had a conversation with the Executive Office of Administration and Finance early in the week because I wanted to make sure that what we were proposing would be copacetic. Oh, and they confirmed that anything over the 28 hours would be considered overtime hours for the health agent, and we could bill directly to the CARES Act.
Okay, but why didn't they allow that before? When did that change, do
Well,
you know?
we're
No,
not-
because remember, this was a big,
It
we
was.
didn't know. In all fairness, when we approved it originally, we didn't know that 28 hours, 28, or 29, excuse me, to 35 were town hours. And we still would have made the same decision, I'm pretty sure. But then we found out that only 35 and beyond, which you were working a lot of hours, that was what was funded. So when did this change?
Sometime in the last year. Oh, and I can't point to a specific date, but I would tell you, the new town accountant and I are very much into the CARES Act reconciliation process. And we, as recently as this afternoon, have been talking about working to offset that expense. Looking to bill the expense that the town absorbed as well to the CARES Act as
To
well.
get the money back, to put back into the CARES Act? Okay, I understand now.
Selectman Hull?
For the sake of checks and balances, what administrator authorizes the overtime? Is it yourself or Mr. Pyers? Or there's no one to do that?
It's us who makes the decision, and I think Mr.
I'm sorry?
Pyer, it's the board that makes the decision to allow the overtime. And then my understanding is Mr. Pyers signs, as the chair of the Board of Health, signs Mr. Pilling's hours,
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
hour sheets.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So yes, and all of us have been tracking it all along
Okay,
as well.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask one last question about the
Sure.
reimbursement part? I know you've done your due diligence, but my recollection from that fun period where we didn't have a town administrator was that process of reimbursement was a nightmare, working with the previous town accountant. So my suggestion, it's really a big ask, is to make sure that we streamline that process as much as we can with the accounting office so that we're not just dumping a bunch of stuff. And I know we wouldn't do that, but I think we can have it figured out now. But I just want to make sure that that process is clear because we really need to be able to account for what the town was on the hook for and what the Federal CARES Act paid for.
So yes, and I couldn't agree with you anymore. And the new town accountant, I have to give her a ton of credit and thanks as well. Friday afternoon, we actually met with the former town accountant, so we could all be on the same page about where he left things off. And so we could pick up and move on and reconcile everything we needed to reconcile.
Okay.
So we're on top of it.
I have nothing else.
So the chairman of the Board of Health is here now, if anybody has any questions for the chairman. If not,
Maybe a few minutes ago.
maybe a few minutes ago.
Not anymore.
So I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that the Board of Selectmen permit the health agent and, if I think this is correct, the office manager to work overtime related to contact tracing and COVID-19 response as needed and as overseen by the Board of Health.
Be paid by the CARES Act.
And to be and to be reimbursed for any hours over 28 through the CARES Act. Thank you.
Is there a second? Second? Any discussion?
Actually, could we review that at our next meeting? If our status changes, do we want to continue the contact tracing?
We
I
could
think-
review it
I
at
think-
every
Yes, I
meeting.
think we ought to put it on the agenda for the next time and see what the pandemic task force, because I think you said they're meeting next week,
Yes.
which is prior to our meeting the following week, see what recommendations they may have, and
Okay,
we can review it then and see what our numbers are at that point.
okay, thank you.
May I just add one thing to my motion? Effective immediately?
Yeah, yes,
You
absolutely.
okay with that?
Absolutely.
Sorry,
And I can make one technical motion. Selectman Z, you mentioned 28 hours for the health agent, but I believe the office manager is actually 35 hours
35,
already. So,
Oh, I didn't even mention the office
Yes.
manager, I'm sorry. 28 hours for the sake of the motion for the health agent, and beyond 35 hours for the office manager. Thanks, sorry.
thank you.
You're okay with that amendment?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is an aye.
And if we could be kept abreast of this under town administrator's report
Absolutely.
regularly?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Public input? Any public input?
Mr. Chairman, I caught part of your last meeting, watching it on TV. I was outside talking to Rep. Haddad at the time this took place. There was information given out relative to Broad Cove Nature Trail. You were not given correct information, and I know that you have an agenda item to talk about that, so I would just request, when you get to that topic, I'd be allowed to tell you exactly what happened and how things came about.
I will allow that when we get to that
Thank you.
agenda. Thank you. Any, want to come up and give your name and address?
Susan Pritchard, 319 Tremont Street. I have a question concerning those, is it 25 or 26 cases?
As of this morning, 27.
Okay. So out of those 27 cases, I know the last meeting that this was addressed as far as the people, the Board of Health said that if somebody tests positive, confirmed positive, and if anyone in that household exhibits any symptoms, that is then put down as another positive case. Now, are all those 27 cases tested, confirmed, positive cases?
That'll be a question, Ms. Pritchard, for the health agent, if
Want to allow
possible.
the health agent to answer that question for you?
Sure. So the numbers that you're getting reported to the selectmen are confirmed cases. Those are confirmed
Tested.
PCR testing confirmed. So if I call you up and there's 3 people in your house and they all get symptoms, we presume them to be positive and we follow them. They don't go into the state system as confirmed cases and they don't show up here.
Okay,
Also, if you're at home and you do one of the home tests, that doesn't get reported into the system either
Okay.
unless you call DPH and say, I'm positive, but I don't think too many people are doing that.
okay. So, because the last time you actually had left when I had wanted to ask that question. So the count is always tested, confirmed, positive cases. And the family members that exhibit symptoms are considered what?
Presumed positive.
Okay, all right. The other thing was, last time, when COVID all started, I'm a registered nurse. I had called you, I don't know if you remember. Do you remember me
Yes, I
calling
remember the
you?
name now as soon as you said it.
Okay, yes. And I had offered to help with tracing as a volunteer, although I am certainly qualified to do it. And I really couldn't get any takers on that. I talked to you, I talked to the town nurse, and so, again, for the sake of, first of all, helping humanity and our fellow townspeople, and also for the sake of money, I really don't understand why I wasn't kind of taken up on that offer, and I will offer again to do that.
So-
And the other question I also
Did we get
have,
that? You have an answer to
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna answer? Oh,
That
okay.
is
So-
really nice. I really I think everybody thinks that's a really selfless thing to do. I don't know what happened. There might have been a
Yeah,
disconnect, but
I don't either.
I think, and I want to hear from the health agent on this, there's a special kind of training. I remember you and the office manager had to do it
Right.
before you were allowed to do the contact tracing. So I don't know if you've done that, Mrs. Pritchard, but I think that's like a requirement from the state.
It is a requirement, and I was willing to do that as well as what, like, he had to do it, and then whoever does it had to do it, and I'm willing to do that. You know?
So the other thing that came up in these discussions were with Mallory at the time, so that you may, was the fact that if it's a volunteer and now they're getting this HIPAA information about town residents, and do we want them to be an employee to do it instead of just a volunteer? Because I believe even Mr. Gale had offered to do some of the reaching out to people, and it became again, this was Mallory's words, not necessarily mine, like a liability thing for the town if you just have people calling and having this privileged information about town residents.
So it was a concern over personal health information. Do you have any clarification on that, Mr. Administrator? Volunteers for contact tracing? I'm sorry. Curious.
So yeah, like this is the first I'm hearing about this, obviously, but based on what the health agent just mentioned, I would have a concern. I'd want to see if we could work through the concern, but the liability the town would have with volunteers having and managing that information instead of an employee. I do have that question I would want to reconcile first.
Can we at least look into that?
Yes.
And at least get an answer for
Yes.
Mrs. Pritchard?
Absolutely.
I think we had a third question.
I actually did. I also wanted to know, were any of those patients hospitalized, any of that 27?
We didn't have any conversations with them, so all I can see is the results if somebody from the CTC actually talked to them, and one of them was hospitalized and passed away.
Only one
But
out of the 27?
We don't have all the answers to all the questions for all 27, and I think half of them nobody's talked to yet, at least half of them. It's hard to tell because all I can see is that it went to the CTC, and then if there was an outcome, and that was the only one that had an outcome. So.
Okay, because I thought that with positive cases, the patient is called, and then the symptomatology is reviewed, and also their family members. And then I thought there was a follow-up X amount of days later. I can't remember the amount of days later. Was that done on those cases?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is the
You-
CTC is the one doing it. The only conversation I've had is with the school nurse today, who said there were 5 kids that were positive and came back to school, and the CTC never called them through their 10 days. So the nurses had calculated their day. That's what the contact tracer does, so they do all those questions you just said and enter it all
But
into the system.
it hasn't been done. Okay. And,
But the CTC is just getting back to where they need to be, but,
okay.
that was why we were just looking to fill that gap until it could be picked up by the nurse when we, or if the CTC was capable, so.
Okay. And I don't know if I have a right to ask this, I hope I do, but what does the town nurse actually do that can't or doesn't want or is unavailable to do the contact tracing? What is her job description? What are her duties? I don't know who can
I
answer
just
that.
wanted to add one thing before we talk about the job duties. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, it was that they didn't, because it's a part-time job that's per diem, and the salary is only $3,000 per year as approved by the residents.
Oh, it's per diem?
That person has, yeah, so
Oh,
that
okay.
individual, whoever it is, I would assume, unless they're retired, has to work in other communities to
Right.
make it to, I assume, full-time. So they there were so many cases, I just don't think that they had time to do all of them for Dayton, which is why the health agent and the office manager assisted in that as well.
Well, I know, again, at the time, they were, which I said, well, to me, that's a great idea. Again, utilize, if we have somebody, not doing anything. They were kind of switching some nurses from the schools that were not obviously in the schools, and instead of them just not working at all, they were doing those contact tracings, correct?
Yeah, so we're jumping around a little bit here, but yeah, so our nurse works full-time as a full-time job, and she does several towns where it's only 2 to 3 hours a month before COVID. They do all the stuff, tuberculosis, Lyme disease, et cetera, et cetera. When, in the beginning of this, she was handling it up until about October when the cases were coming in 7 a day or whatever, just in Dayton. And the other 3 towns she had was 7 to 10 a day. So now you're trying to call 30 people in a day. You just don't have enough time for it. And
Yeah, I
that's why
don't
she said,
understand the
"Do it
30
in-"
people in a day,
So,
but,
so during the summertime, the school nurses said, hey, we've got some availability, we can jump in and help. And they took care of a lot of the kids and talking to the kids' parents and that kind of thing for doing that end of it for us.
right,
But once the school went back, then
Right.
their time became
Right.
much harder to use. They didn't do the maiden part, no. They were just communicating information, but the maiden part was still being done by our nurse.
okay.
Can you just remind everyone what Maven is?
Massachusetts Virtual Epidemiology Network.
Thank you.
That's the online system that everybody goes in for any of these infectious diseases, and that's where they get followed.
So, which, again, if no one can answer this question, it's totally understandable. What exactly does the town nurse do? What is the job? What are her duties?
They track basically a large part of their job is to track individuals that, we had that one mosquito with triple E. So if someone, I would assume, were to contract triple E, the public health nurse would be involved in recording that, making sure there's follow-up, the person's isolated, and that. And if I'm wrong, please correct me.
It was West Nile virus, it is now.
Oh, it wasn't
but-
triple E, my apologies.
But other than that, yes, you were correct. Again, if you get Lyme disease, your doctor will test positive, and they'll call you and follow up and see how you're getting better or whatever, make sure you're doing what you need to do in order to get better.
So whatever happens to be going on, if anything, at the time, to do with any disease-type, environmental or other, that's what she does? Okay. So, and the reason that, it's not that she doesn't, the contact tracing, you're saying, well, when she was here, now she's not here, but the only reason that the town nurse wouldn't do them, she will do them. It's just that if there's too many of them. Okay.
Yeah, and again, at that time, I don't assume everyone is like following our meetings every night, but at that time, there were literally so many cases, and it was really at the height of the pandemic. So we're sort of over that hump, but
nowhere near
ramping back
there
up.
now, but right.
Exactly. So at that time, we had taken on the response, which I stand by that decision, to make sure that since the state was also backlogged, that we had the health agent and the office manager assist to make sure that people were getting those calls, that the town was responding to the pandemic.
Right, okay. So, which is, I'm happy to hear that it was like Mr. Helmut saying, let's move this money if it's okay to do that, and utilizing other employees. That's great. Now, my offer still does stand. Okay.
I promise you, we will get you an answer one way or the other on that.
Okay.
Whether it's basically permissible, the HIPAA PHI.
I mean, if you want to take me off the volunteer status and move me to an employee, that's fine.
That was a good pitch.
Paid for by CARES if you hired somebody to do contact tracing.
Oh, is that right?
Wow, okay, I didn't know that.
Selectman Hull?
I don't know if anyone has anything more with public input. And I'm asking my brother colleagues, since we've seen signs of it, and it was mentioned tonight, if Mr. Pilling could come back to the podium to address the West Nile, so people, some of their fears can be relieved, and also they'll have information as to what's going on, how bad it is. Are there any cases?
I have no issue as long as he feels prepared.
Yeah, I don't.
Will there be any more public input?
Yes. I think we haven't had any new cases in Bristol County, but 2 other counties, I thought I saw in the news this morning, had West Nile. Yeah.
Yeah, so there have been 2 human cases in Massachusetts, but neither one of them in Bristol County. We've had one mosquito test positive for West Nile virus in Dayton. So that because there is a mosquito that moved us into moderate risk. So at this point in time, we're just advising people, wear mosquito repellent, try not to go out around the sunset, sunrise times, wear long sleeves, that kind of thing. I know it's hard when it's 82 degrees out, but, and basically try and avoid those type of situations. But we're not at the level yet where we're shutting down football games or shutting off the lights on the track and that kind of stuff, so.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I have a question about West Nile.
Yes.
I do. Well, I'm curious because, scientist in me. So what I wanted to ask you, and you may not know this, and you can just tell me to shut up, is that how they found the one mosquito. I assume they tested a sample of random mosquitoes, and then that one happened to test positive.
They have nets that they capture mosquitoes, and then somebody tests them, looks at them to see if they have, I guess, through a microscope or whatever. But I think a lot of it is computers are doing it now, as opposed to humans looking at each individual mosquito, but yes.
So presumably there's probably more than one mosquito out there with West Nile in Dayton?
Yes.
Presumably?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Rosa, please identify yourself and give us your address.
Excuse me if I stray from the topic of the moment for a moment. I'm Dave Rosa. I live at Leakin Avenue in North Dayton. I just wanted to, for a moment, reach back into some of the other meetings, and there were some comments regarding the flag and its origins and whatnot. And I just wanted to revisit that for a moment. And, the observation was that the people who created the flag were white, Protestant, and landowners. So that they were white was probably an accident of fate that was probably beneficial to everybody across the globe. Then the thought that they were Protestant, I'm not a historian, but my guess is that no one can really say that for sure. Now, with the point that they were landowners, well, at that moment in time, none of them were landowners. The king was the landowner. And our closest, and they took up the armed revolt to fix that, because they had somebody who was elevated above everyone else, and he in fact did own the land, and he in fact could take it from you at any moment. And it was an agrarian-based society, so your house and your farm were your life. And so that became a very important issue, and eventually was reflected in the Declaration of Independence. So I think perhaps we should have a little more charitable view of the Founding Fathers and how they arrived where they did, and what motivated them, and what they created to represent their cause, and eventually our cause, which it's had its troublesome evolution over time, but it's always moved, I believe, in a direction that's better for everybody. So I just wanted to revisit that point and remind everybody that this country was under the rule of English kings for 150 years until it had to be corrected by armed insurrection, if you will. Having said that, I'll leave those comments alone now and move to the Board of Health. I'm sure they're doing a great job. One of the things I'm a little bit disappointed at is, and maybe they just haven't thought of it, but some of us are highly resistant to vaccination mandates, and I feel that the Board of Health could represent those of us who feel that way by exercising a little bit of pushback to the people that hand them directions with regard to COVID or vaccinations or anything else of that nature, and say, there are some people who are not excited about mandatory vaccinations or some of the extreme measures taken to deal with COVID. So I would ask them if they could put together a letter to advise their chain of command, if you will, or the governor of the state of Massachusetts, that not all of us are happy to see that sort of thing put upon us. So, and I have one other question. When I hear the word asystematic, and there's a nurse in the room, and there's people with greater education than my own, but my understanding is that when someone is asymptomatic, they're healthy. Is that a bad interpretation?
Asymptomatic.
Right. So how does somebody who is asymptomatic, healthy, somehow or another become listed as a case? And so I think this is, and I believe it's been discussed before, but this sort of confusion in terms of the count, and I think the board here, to their credit, tried to decipher this in the past, and I think the Board of Health has too. What is a case? What isn't a case? Are they asystematic? And we've even heard this evening how the count can be drastically moved in one direction or another through misinterpretation or the abuse of the English language. So if they're asystematic, they're healthy. And so I just wanted to visit that point. Other than that, thank you to the Board of Health and to the Board of Selectmen for what you do, but I would just appreciate it if you would advise the governor or whoever it is that you send your responses up to, that not all of us are excited about mandatory vaccinations, for example. Thank you.
Is there any other public input?
May I just respond to Mr. Rosa before?
Sure.
Yeah. Totally respect your opinion, totally agree with most of what you said, ironically, right? But what I wanted to say is just in regards to your point about asymptomatic, that is irrelevant in the case of whether they're gonna count it, meaning the state, as a confirmed case or not. So the person could be totally healthy, maybe they even had the vaccine, Mr. Rosa. But the second they do the PCR test and it comes up, yes, they have the coronavirus DNA, then they count it as a confirmed case. So I understand your point, but that's just the way that they calculate it based on what they find.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody on Zoom wish to talk, public input? Guess not?
May I make one last comment?
Yes.
And I'm only speaking for myself. I'm not sure how the board feels about sending a letter to the Commonwealth, to Governor Baker, but just me personally, I would not support a vaccine mandate, so I just wanted to let you know publicly what my personal position is, okay?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Could you read the announcements, please?
I can. Announcements. The Town of Dayton Food Bank distribution will be held next on Saturday, September 18th, 2021 at Town Hall, lower level, 979 Somerset Avenue. The Dayton Historical Society is holding a Walk in the Cemetery event with the Gravestone Girls at the Dayton Unitarian Cemetery, 2036 Elm Street on Thursday, September 16th at 6 p.m. Learn about gravestone art, symbolic meaning, cemetery evolution, and more. Reminder, license your dogs, it is the law. Leash your dogs for everyone's safety. All dogs 6 months of age or older must be licensed yearly beginning January 1st. All dogs must be restrained by a leash or chain when on any street or public place in town per the bylaw that was approved at town meeting. If you have any questions, please contact the town clerk's office at 508-669-5411, option 2. And I have to scroll. Do you mind reading the list of vacancies?
Sure.
Okay.
So these are the number of vacancies on committees and boards in the town of Dayton. Cable Television Committee needs 2 new members. Capital Outlay Committee needs 1. Cemetery Commission needs 1. Commission on Disability needs 3. Conservation Commission need an ad hoc member. Development and Industrial Committee needs 2 members. Finance Committee needs 2 members. Historical Commission needs 1 member. We did have somebody join the meeting last night that is interested in joining, so hopefully that's going to.
That's Historical Commission?
Historical Commission.
Cool.
Human Rights Committee needs 3. Land Use Committee needs 2. Open Space Committee needs 4. We need a Superintendent of Pest Control. TIF Review Board needs 2 members, and a Zoning Board of Appeals needs 3 members.
Thank you.
Selectman Hull?
I do have a question. We received a letter from the town clerk in regard, and I'm going to speak specifically of one position because I'm the liaison to the Dayton Development Industrial Commission. When we have an individual that has not come to be sworn in, one might construe the belief that they don't want to return. However, before I make a recommendation to terminate that person officially, so we'll then have an opening, does a formal letter of inquiry go out to that individual? How do we serve notice that we may remove them for lack of attendance?
So, just my first comment is, and I will promise I'll get there to answer you, but my first comment is, yeah, I promise. My first comment is that I'll just speak specifically about the Development and Industrial Commission. I think because that commission has not honestly had a meeting since I can recall, it's been maybe a year or two, I think people may not even be under the impression that they need to get sworn in because they're not having meetings. So
Don't they get notices, though? Once we appoint them in June, don't they get a notice that they've been appointed to the particular board?
they send a letter.
And to come in and get sworn in?
Yes, the
But what
letter,
what
the
I'm
letter
saying
was
is,
sent.
if you're on a committee and haven't had a meeting in 2 years and you get that letter, I'm not thinking I need to do anything because there hasn't been a meeting. So maybe we could just have a follow-up and maybe let those individuals know we're thinking about reorganizing and getting the commission. So if you could get sworn in. And the second thing is, I believe per the bylaw, there's a general bylaw that explains what the criteria, like you have to come to, I believe it's 60% of the meetings.
Yep.
And then if you fall below that, you can be taken off. But what I will say is, and I won't speak for former Selectman Goulart, but for me, I don't believe we've ever taken someone off a committee for lack of attendance. What we've done is not reappointed that individual when the reappointment time comes up in June. But it can be done, to answer your question. There are rules around appointed positions and attendance.
We have some individuals who have not gotten back to me whether or not they have an interest.
Okay, I didn't know you
Tentatively,
You're talking about your particular committee?
yes, and tentatively, we're planning on having our first meeting the third Monday of this month, I believe it's the
Okay.
20th.
That sounds like their regular schedule too.
Yeah,
Okay.
so,
Is it a quorum, may I ask? Is it when you reached out, do you have a quorum? If those people don't respond, it doesn't
No,
matter? So
no,
you need them
that's
to
why
respond, okay.
we're having, because I do have an individual who would like to serve.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I'm allowed to recommend him before we have a meeting, or must we have a meeting first?
You have to have the
They
meeting.
can have a meeting, but if they don't have a quorum, they can't really make a recommendation, so.
But what the Human Rights Committee did, was the vice chair sent us a letter stating that this person should be appointed, and I think that that's fine.
Okay, no, thank you.
Well, the Human Rights Committee, they actually interview those people, though.
Okay.
They have a quorum, and they've always had a quorum, and they've interviewed those potential candidates. But I would think it'd be up to that committee, or the chairman of that committee, not yours, only because you don't have probably don't even have a chairman, right?
Correct.
You haven't had a
She
meeting,
resigned.
and you don't have a quorum. But normally, we would, a committee would notice that someone's not attending the meetings, inquire as to why they're not attending the meetings, and if there's an issue, if it's less than, if they've attended less than 60% within a year, they would notify the Board of Selectmen of that. It doesn't happen too often, but, and also, like I said, they get noticed to
So
get sworn
if the
in.
vice chair, we don't have enough for a quorum, and the vice chair recommends an individual, this body would entertain, I didn't say vote, but entertain a discussion and
Consider it.
possible vote.
Yes,
I
because how
think
else
we
would
would
you
vote
get to
yes.
a quorum?
Right, I think that if you know that you have someone that's interested in joining that
I do.
committee, I think that should be, if you don't have a quorum, I think you can go directly to the Board of
Okay.
Selectmen at the next meeting, our next Selectmen's meeting, and we can vote on that.
I plan on doing.
Okay.
Mr. Figueredo has
Oh, nice.
expressed an interest to return.
And he knows businesses,
And
that's great.
Mr. Borkwin has also expressed an interest to return.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next agenda item is the Boards and Committees Spotlight, and it's the Commission on Disability. And we have the ADA Coordinator, Chairman of the Commission on Disability, present.
It's okay?
Hi, Mr.
It's
Gill.
fine.
Okay. So thank you for having me, first of all, this evening. I will try to do this in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, maybe even less, and then I'll take any questions that you might have. So I am Jonathan Gale. I am the ADA or Disabilities Coordinator for the town of Dayton. I am a town employee of the town of Dayton and have been for approximately 2 years. How I came to my position and where we are at, I'll tell you that first, and then I'll tell you what we've done and where we're going. So when I was first asked to be the ADA coordinator for the town of Dayton, I was relieving another person who was doing it and was no longer able to do it because of other considerations and things that were going on in their world. So I did it for about 6 months as a volunteer, and what we realized was that it was going to become more involved. My background is in disability policy, disability law, disability rights for 40 years and full-time for the past 14 years. So what we realized, myself and the prior town administrator, was that this position required being able to give attention to different towns' policies and procedures. So let me explain briefly what the coordinator does. The coordinator is involved in 3 different aspects of disability rights. There's Title I, Title II, and Title III. Title I is working with the town through the town administrator, who is the person I am directly answerable to. And with Title I, you're working with the town's policies, all of the town's policies, the procedures, in some cases, the bylaws. You're working with employees who potentially need reasonable accommodations or to have disclosure issues related to their potential disability. And when I say potential disability, I'll couch that by saying 20% of our population has a disability. So I don't know how many people are in the room tonight, but there's more than me that have a disability. So most disabilities are hidden, and that can mean it could be, if it's not an obvious disability such as me with a white cane or somebody in a wheelchair, it could be heart disease, and could be mental illness, it could be drug abuse, could be alcoholism, could be autism, could be, if you can think of it, there's probably a disability subset for it. So ultimately, I was charged with starting to look at town policies and procedures, and that's everything from providing services and resources to residents if they wanted it for meetings like this. That would be Title I, to working with employees as well for Title I. We did initially do some trainings a couple of years ago, I think just about 2 years ago, and actually, around reasonable accommodations and disclosure for all of the town's employees. Title II, which is the big one, as far as it affects what I do, Title II affects every single aspect, one way or another, of town government. And when I say one way or another, I mean it affects the buildings, it affects the grounds, it affects the parks, it affects the schools, it affects potential transportation for medical services, resources, and needs. So that all covers persons with disability in the community. So as an example of Title II, this building, as you're aware, members of the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator, there's no ramp to come up to the stage where you are. We just recently got a variance approved to put a ramp in through the side door here so that people with disability can now come to the stage with their wheelchair or their walker or other device and come up to the stage and participate in meetings as members of committees just like yourselves. That's a big deal, frankly, for a building like this. We're going to be putting in, hopefully in the near future, electric doors on the side entrance here where the ramp is, so there'll be full access as well. So that's an example of looking at that. Also looking at the parks, working with the Parks Commissioner, with Kevin Smith Jr. We've already, as I think you're aware, worked to revitalize some of the parks for persons with disability. We had a grant for looking at the town, which is called the KMA report, and that's a self-assessment of the town, and that was a $30,000 grant that I got with the prior administrator, which allowed us to go out and bring a company in, an engineering company, who consults for disabilities with towns, and we produced a roughly 70-page report on everything disability in town, and that covered the things that I've mentioned already for Title I, including our website and our accessibility for our website, which comes under Title I and Title II. And then it also looks at Title III, and Title III is the public-private relationships that we have in the town. So with businesses, with business entities that have public sources of public resources and public access. And again, that could be anything from a ramp to braille menus to interpreters for people going to doctor's offices who need some assistance, some support to locate those resources. So that's another thing that we provide as well. The report recommended a number of things in town. I'm not going to go into them because it's pretty involved, but it's on the website, I believe, and I'm happy to provide anybody a copy of it if they would like it in print as well, or in another alternative format. But we've already begun to address several of the things in the report. So I think the town is aware that we recently got a grant with the help of the town administrator, myself, Dr. Z, and the highway department. We've got a grant for $120,000. That grant is to $119,000 actually. That grant is to modify 13 intersections with crosswalks for people with disability. And again, these things make a difference for people not just with disability. Could be a mother with a small baby in a carriage. Could be a person in a walker. Could be a senior who just can't step off of a curb. So we're putting in ramps, line-friendly ramps with the rumble strip on the bottom. That's 13 prime intersections in town, along with crosswalks, that otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do. So I'm happy that we got that. We're right now applying for another grant for somewhere, we don't know the exact figure yet. We have about 3.5 weeks to get it in, between $150,000 and $200,000. And I'm sure people will be happy to hear this if it goes through. That's to totally revamp some of our parks so that we have full access and mobility for people with disability to get to the play areas. Not to make a new playground, I want to be very careful on that. Not to make an accessible playground, but to get families and children to the play areas, to get them to the picnic tables so that they can sit down and share conversation or food or drink or whatever with friends and family members. It's also potentially, if we get it, and this is where I say I know people will like it, it will allow us to create a new ramp that goes up to the town hall. You know what everyone thinks of the ramp. People commented all the time, even if you don't have a disability. How many people come in out of breath and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe I made it up to the front door. If we get this ramp, we're going to be able to revamp that and make a long walkway with shrubs and bushes and so forth, so that it's much, much easier, along with potentially putting electric doors on the front of the building as well. That's just an example. The drop boxes behind Town Hall, we're putting Braille labeling on them, so persons like myself who are blind will know which box they're putting the right material in. So when they pay their tax bill, it will be on time instead of late. So those are just a few of the things. We've recently started working with the school department to revamp the playground for the children to make it fully accessible. I've been working with Kirsten Parisi the last few days on requests I've gotten from several residents with regard to a couple of the ramps at the middle school. So we're hoping to have those things resolved in the next couple of weeks, at least temporarily, until that engineering project is done to revamp the parking lot system. We're working with the town administrator and Jocelyn and the building inspector and others with regard to the library and the temporary libraries to make sure it's fully accessible. There's a lot of things that we're doing. We've also, I know we were talking about vaccinations earlier. So initially, we were asked as the ADA Commission, and I want to be very clear here, I'm a town employee, and I represent the town through HIPAA for persons with disabilities specifically. We also formed an ADA Commission, which started last September, had our first full meeting last November. And I think you mentioned earlier, we're looking for a few good members. If anybody's interested, by the way. So what the commission does is advises the town on procedure, policy changes, things we would like to see, things that they can support that will benefit the town for anyone who has a disability or potential disability or concern about disability. The volunteer members of the Disabilities Commission do not, and again, I want to make this clear because this was a conversation that came up earlier, do not have anything to do with HIPAA or providing specific information to a resident on a personal, private basis. That is what I do as a town employee. That's my responsibility. I don't share that information with the other members of the commission. Even the name of the person I can't share. I'm not allowed to do that. The reason I say that is because we did get involved, as some of you know, in helping with the process to get people vaccinated. We, as the commission, but me specifically, as the coordinator, put together criteria with the help of the other members on how we could support the town for residents who were seniors with disability or others with disability who wanted to get shots in their arms during the winter months. Fortunately, I have to say, we were able to put 36 shots in arms. We didn't just make the appointments, we arranged transportation for 9 of those folks, to and from. 4 of them were shut-ins. The others, we made sure that they got to their first appointment. We worked with their families to make sure they got to their second appointment. When I say we, I talked about, the whole commission is responsible for putting this project together, but it was specifically me as the coordinator, because I'm the only one who can do it, was able to contact these folks, go back and forth, put that time in, put those resources in, so that we had 18 residents with disability who met the vaccination requirements. So I'm really proud that we were able to do that. We're looking at other projects in the future. We're looking at potentially ways to build a fully accessible playground in town. Again, the big discussion is where, location, etc. We're starting to look at that process. We're working with the Scouts as well, because as many of you know, there is going to be a community garden being built over where the house was torn down on the other side over here. And in that community garden area, they want to make it an accessible community garden, which I think is awesome. The Scouts would be running that, but we're working with them to look at the surfacing, to look at the padding that can be used for wheelchairs so that people can come in with disability and not just enjoy the garden, but also participate in the planting and the growing and so forth as well. So those are just a few of the things that we do, but we cross all aspects of the town in one way or another. Some things we do need to be more involved in, some things we're less involved in. Even for emergency preparedness, notifying people with disability of routes they might need to take, or knowing who they are, or getting them on the registry in town, so that we have a central registry of people with disability for the fire chief to keep. Those are things that we're involved in doing as well. So I could go on and on. I don't want to take all night, but if you have any questions, feel free.
Selectman Hull?
Mr. Gales, you also enforce ADA compliance, is that correct?
That is correct. One of the responsibilities we have, and this is a good point to make at this point, sir, that the ADA compliance, everyone thinks of ADA compliance as building code. ADA compliance specifically, and the criteria for ADA, is based on civil rights law. It is not building code. And there's a difference. So because it's civil rights code, it's treated differently, it's handled differently. It crosses building code when you're enforcing compliance, for example, because of measurements, because of heights, because of lengths, because of widths, because of how high something like this is. If a person in a wheelchair came here to be able to talk to you, it's too high. So a person in a wheelchair couldn't come up here because you couldn't see them. They couldn't use this podium if they wanted to. So that's an example of what my responsibility is. Or if that person wants to go to town hall and fill out papers, or if they want to use a voting machine, or if they want to come to a meeting and they're deaf to make sure they have the right services, or if there's a policy or procedure in town that, affects what they do as a resident of the town, or as somebody else coming in town for enjoyment. So what we do, and what I do, one way or another, has an effect on every resident in town. So policy and compliance are extremely important. One of the things that happens with ADA is it's important for the town to always be showing the state government, the Mass Office of Disability, through the Governor's Office, through the Executive Office of Community Affairs as well, that we're moving forward in the world of ADA. ADA has become very complex, very complicated in terms of what the federal government expects and what the state government expects. They're two different things. In some cases, the state regulations are more stringent. In other cases, in situations, the federal regulations are more stringent. But it's not just about ramps and sidewalks, it's about policies as well, procedures.
Dr. C?
I know from our conversation last night that you, Parks and Recreation Commissioner Kevin Smith, I know we're all working with the town administrator on the MOD grant.
Correct.
And I know as part of that MOD grant that when you talk about making the parks accessible, what we're talking about is things like, for lack of a better, like paving. Like, so someone in a wheelchair, for example, is not going over grass. I would assume that's very difficult. Is there any plan for, and I don't recall from our conversation last night about this, but is there any plan for accessibility with the MOD grant specifically for the James Brigg Community Garden? And I know you've
Well,
had meetings on it.
The answer is yes and no. And what I mean by that is, we've already mapped out to some extent with the folks who are doing the garden, with the ladies who are responsible for coordinating that, and with Jim, and also with Tom, for example, the parking area, where it would be, and the route to the fence and the opening for the fence. What we're doing with them is determining the type of surfacing, which will probably ultimately be a paved surface to the gate, and then a rubberized surface, which is removable and transferable, so it can be used in other places and other things in town. If the community garden ever, didn't continue to exist, and we all certainly hope it does. We're also working with them so that we have the right level for persons with a wheelchair to be able to work in the garden, because they're gonna have specifically a couple of raised beds. And we're working with them on the length and the width, things like that, yes. Another thing that we're actually doing, which I'm pretty proud of actually, is, and again, I have to give kudos to Kevin Smith Jr. here for spearheading part of this too with me, and even starting part of it, is we're working with the Best Buddies program, we're working with Special Olympics, and we're working with some other programs for a Citizens Best Buddies program. So we have opportunity, because the high school in the past has been very involved in Best Buddies, and Best Buddies is looking for venues in this area through some of the grant processes that we're looking at, and the way we want to put our parks and recs together to bring Best Buddies programs into town for Special Olympics, for regional Olympics. We're potentially looking at redoing, for example, the tennis court area where the basketball nets are, so that we can bring in wheelchair tennis, wheelchair basketball, so that we can do citizens programs. We would be the first community in the state to have a full citizens program for children up to adults to do wheelchair basketball, street hockey, wheelchair tennis, and numbers of other activities. If these grants go through, and we get another grant that we're thinking about, we would even be able to have an entire park area potentially with artificial grass, so that we can bring other types of games into the community as well. These things don't just benefit our community, but they put us, for lack of a better way to put it, they put us on the map in terms of the South Coast by being a resource for persons with disability to come and enjoy as well. So they can use our parks, they can use our equipment. We have specialized playground potentially, if we can put that together depending upon where it is and the type of equipment. All that equipment is very expensive. And you have to look at, the space you have versus the equipment you have, location, location, location. So we're looking at doing all of that as well. Town administrator, fortunately, Mike has been very, very supportive of the processes that we've all been involved in. He's been very supportive of me, thank you, for the things that I've been working on with him and with the different committees in town as well, from, as I said, from emergency preparedness to pandemic to all the other things that I'm involved in as well. Not only as a person with disability, but as the disabilities coordinator. So, again, I've just touched the surface. I would encourage anyone who wants to look at the annual report for the town. There's 3 pages of what we've done in a short amount of time. But the most important things that we are doing is moving forward. We're providing accessible resources, accessible equipment, accessible, in some cases, technological resources to folks. We're becoming a clearinghouse for residents in the town who will simply call me and say, I need to know where I can get certain types of transportation, or can you help me with housing? Now, I necessarily can't help them with housing, but I can direct them in the right resource. I can get them to the right service, to the right agency, to the right program. If they have a son or daughter who has, any kind of mental illness or anything like that, as I said, or who's on the spectrum or has other types of deficits, I can direct them to certain types of group home programs, or to 504 educational resources, or educational IEP resources. That's part of what I do.
Selectman Hull?
Mr. Gales, as enforcement officer, I know you work closely with Mr. Mullen. As we go forward, who in the school department will you be working with to address ADA concerns that may exist at the schools?
Different departments. So, for example, for the ramp issue that I mentioned, talked about the 2 ramps, but especially the 1 ramp in the main entrance to the middle school. I'm working with Kirsten on that.
Excuse me? Kristen?
Dunny.
Kristen Dunny.
Oh, Donahue. Okay, thank you.
Because she's the sped ed coordinator. So because she's the sped ed coordinator, she's responsible for hearing the complaints. However, Damien who I think was the head janitor originally at the elementary school and is now, I understood, been elevated to the director of facilities for the school department, is now the person who I'm working with as well. So I will be meeting with them, for example, Friday or Monday to work on a temporary fix for that ramp, pending the eventuality of a whole new parking area.
And
So we look at not putting in thousands of dollars, but mitigating what we need to do for now, for example, so that the students and adults can have access to that building correctly with a wheelchair or a walker. And it even goes, sir, even to the point of looking at those facilities so that if there were a public meeting to be held in any of those auditoriums, I know about it and I need to know about it to make sure that there's going to be access points and egress points as well for persons with disability to be able to fully participate in public meetings in those spaces.
And I don't know if this is something that we have to formally vote on, or if it's something that just goes with Mr. Mullins' role as supervisor of Mr. Gales. If you have conflicts with the schools, would Mr. Mullen be directly involved in those discussions, or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mullen, for all intents and purposes, is who I am answerable to. He is my supervisor, if you will. Everyone who's an employee of the town has a supervisor, just like you're his, I assume. So he is mine. And if I don't get the answers that make sense, or if I believe, for example, that the school department is not putting its best effort forward to get these issues resolved, or other issues resolved as they come up, then I would go to Mr. Mullen and ask Mr. Mullen to help intervene with the school department or whomever needs to be contacted, yes.
Thank you.
The goal for everything that we do, as much as we can, everywhere that we do, whether it's policy, procedure, ramps, buildings, whatever it might be, is to keep it as much as possible local, with the exception of the grants that we want to go as far and wide as we can.
Thank you.
Does the board have any other questions?
I'm sorry, I just have one last, it's not a question, it's a comment. I just, for Selectman Hull's sake, that ramp that the ADA coordinator is talking about, I first brought to his attention, and in all fairness, Mr. Gale, I don't think you were even the ADA coordinator
No, I
at that
wasn't.
time, but I knew you were knowledgeable. A resident had stopped me outside of a town meeting in 2017 to raise concerns about the ramp, and she told me that unfortunately, because the ramp was not suitable, I guess is the word I'll use, their child, their daughter, was unable, who was wheelchair bound, was unable to attend the meeting. That should never happen.
No, absolutely.
That's
not.
unacceptable. What I will ask you, Mr. Gale, is, and I know it's a priority for you, because we've been talking about the same ramp for 3 years, if you could pull together, and I know you do a lot of this on your own time, so I want to thank you for that, but if you could pull together a team, including the town administrator and possibly Mr. Ferry, I know it's a school district and he might be limited to what he can do in response, but something has to be done about that ramp.
So let me give you the latest update then. I am actually meeting on Friday or Monday. They say Friday or Monday, so my deadline is Tuesday, with Kirsten and with Damien, along with the contractor. And we're going to be looking at temporary mitigation, which would be raising the ramp properly, filling it in, redoing it so that the surfacing is correct, so that it's flush at the top, flush at the bottom, and has the right angles and elevation to it, as well as the corner points and so forth as well, because they have to feather off. If we can't get that done, and if they can't do it that way, then we're going to look, and we've discussed today, the school department potentially leasing a short temporary ramp that has the flush surfaces that we need to mitigate, because we also need a railing on one side. So the goal is to get this done within the next 2 weeks.
Thank you. And I know it's a priority for you, so
Yes, it
please
is.
don't interpret my comments as it's
And as I said, one of the things I'm honestly proud, really proud of, honestly, is that we were able to help so many people with disability get their vaccination. I think that that's a really important piece of what we were able to do. I'm really proud that I was able to do that.
Selectman Hull?
Mr. Gales, it was brought to my attention that there was a problem at the Dayton Middle School this week. Has that issue been resolved?
If you're referring to a ramp,
I'm sorry?
if you're referring to a ramp, that's the one I'm referring to now.
The access only by the rear of the building?
So what happened with that, this is related to the same
Is
situation.
it? Okay, thank you.
What happened, just to give you the specifics without going into individual names, there was somebody who is one of the directors at the school who said we don't have to do a ramp because in this case, there are 2 access points and or entrance points, if you will, at the rear of the building for persons with disability. Unfortunately, that person is misinformed because although there are 2 points at the access at the rear of the building, which is true, the fact is, in this case, it doesn't work and it doesn't make muster, as they say, because this particular student takes a special van and is loaded on and loaded off in the front of the building. If they did it in the rear of the building at either of those entrances/exits, which first of all is unfair and inappropriate to the child because it doesn't allow for frontal entrance when it can be done, it also holds up the entire bus system. It takes time to load an individual with wheelchair onto a wheelchair accessible van. So automatically you're asking all of the other buses to either wait for this to be done first or for this student to wait until everyone else is loaded on. So that's an inappropriate solution, and they seem to understand that as of this afternoon.
And that's been resolved?
Yes, that's been resolved, so now we're working on mitigating the ramp in the front of the school, and hopefully in 2 weeks I can come back and say there's a new ramp there.
Great. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Gale. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for all you do beyond persons with disabilities, and I also want to thank the Commission on Disability for all the work that they're doing.
And if there's anybody listening or behind me who wants to be a member of the commission, we're looking for a few good members, as they say. Whether you're a parent, whether you're a guardian, whether you're an adult who has your own disability, or you know somebody that has a disability. I will say everyone who, is in this room and watching on cable knows somebody with a disability if they don't have one themselves. We really need a couple of bodies who are willing to speak up, put some time in, do some hard work. This is a small town that's growing. The more it grows, the more the need for disability services become necessary. Everything from what goes on inside and out of the town hall to housing services, to other resources, to transportation. So, yeah, the more the merrier. We'll be happy to have you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before you go, Mr. Gale, if anyone needs to contact you, can you just give your email and your phone number, your public one?
Sure, my public one is, the town one is, oh gosh, I have to remember this now.
I believe ada@dayton-ma.gov.
Yes, that's the email address, ada@dayton-ma.gov. And the telephone number is 508-872-0924. 508-872-0924. And anything that, just so people know, for example, one of the things that we do, even this is an example of an ADA simple thing. If a message is left from me, I automatically get a transcription in my email in voice. So I get it on my phone. I don't have to listen to the email or to the phone message because it comes through as a transcription for me to be able to listen to as a regular email. That's a simple thing, but for a person with a disability like me, something like that, to have that available to be able to do makes a very big difference. The other thing that we're hoping to do, and I'll leave it with this, is as part of this grant potentially, we all know the town website and for different reasons and needs work. And one of the things that we're hoping to do is have an assessment done of the town's website to be able to determine what we really need to do so that when the next contract comes up, we can work on addressing, making the website 100% accessible. That is important to the state. Not only should it be important to us, but those are the kinds of things that are also very important to the state. Having our resources, our technological resources and our written resources and our file resources be fully available to all residents. So that's a project that we're working on as well.
So we will be in touch because I reached out, Mrs. Kerwin reached out to me about the website because we're about to, thinking about a new contract. We have it on our radar that the first question we will ask any website vendor that we approach is, are they able, well, actually, let me back up. It's just, what is your ADA functionality capability? So we will loop you in on that, Mr. Gale, because obviously I have no expertise on it, but I just want to let you know we'll be in touch and it's on our radar.
That would be great, because there's a whole set of 508 regulations that they have to be able to understand and follow, and a lot of website companies say they know what they're doing, but they're not really sure how to maneuver it once they're there, or how to rewrite code when necessary, so that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gale, your 6 minutes are up.
16.
14.
26.
Good.
25.
Thank you.
But who's counting?
Right?
Town administrators report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few updates. It'll take about 45 minutes. But,
Get out of here.
So when
So-
it's 40 minutes, we're gonna be impressed.
yeah, I'm a big fan of setting expectations. First of all, with the with the Dayton Public Library, I just want to provide an update to the board and to the residents of the town. The beginning of last week, the lower level at the town hall opened as a youth services, but the temporary adult space. The modular, thankfully since our last meeting it arrived, the modular is here. The poles are up for the electric. The electric is hooked up. The electric is on. The plumbing and all the water and sewer is also hooked up as well. And tomorrow, like actually as we've been here, Miss Brady shared an update that tomorrow Comcast will be here. So to hook up all the internet access and to deal with the phones at the building as well. So we are very much moving forward with that. I understand originally we were anticipating a modular opening date of this week. However, so when I hate to box everything into dates because we're relying on a whole lot of things like Comcast out of our control. But I do believe at this point the library modular for the remainder of all the library operations and programming will be open at some point next week, and will be actually keeping the board and all the residents informed on that as well. But in addition to that, and I really want to thank the highway department. I want to thank Mr. Ferry. I want to thank Mr. Aguilar, Johnson Tavares, and all the staff at the library. Everyone has been working all above and beyond from the landscaping. The landscaping looks really nice. So in terms of the paths, like in the loom and the grass seed that's going to be planted, so the access is 100% complete. So at this point, already the shelving in the middle of the modular has been erected. 30 boxes of books have already been moved in there. So I really want to thank Jim Aguilar. I want to thank Tom Ferry and the highway guys for really continuing to make this a priority.
What about the books you moved too? Thank you.
Mr. Pacheco as well. I'll never forget you walking in, and it was a hotter day, and you were warm. So
Had to crank the AC.
That's why you drink water all the time.
Yes.
By the way, this is not vodka. This is water. I wish it was.
But everything is moving forward, and it's really been a team effort on that note.
Before you move on from the library, I'm not sure everyone saw the post on social media, but do you mind delineating like which service is where, just for the public?
So yes, as of right now, all the services are in the lower level of town hall. So the lower level of town hall, once the modular opens, is going to be primarily for youth services and youth programming as well. And we're going to have public wireless accessibility down there as well. That will be separate from the town's internal wireless network as well. So, and additionally, all the adult programming, and as you'll see later in the agenda, so like all the adult programming, the adult books will be in the modular as well as the library. The library director's office will be in the modular as well.
Thank you.
So all the books won't be there. They're going to store books at the old
Yes.
library, which is not open to the public, and anybody who makes a request for a particular book, Stephen King, whatever, they'll go get it for them. Selectman Hull?
Regarding the module,
Yes.
2 questions.
Yes.
One, will that have Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Okay, good. The second question, have you received any feedback from the state in regards to timeline and meeting their requirements?
So I believe in discussions with the library director, she has wanted to get everything open and ready, and then bring the state in as well, but she has been in touch with the state.
The third thing, and Mr. Ferry, Mr. Aguiar, and that crew, they've done an incredible job. But we must keep moving forward. On our way of finishing phase 1,
Yeah, oh, yes,
Phase 2, and I'd like, you know, we were asking for weekly updates on Phase 1.
yes,
We've been getting them.
yes,
But as we move into Phase 2, I'd like to see those continue, those reports. We need to keep our feet to the fire.
yep,
With that in mind, Phase 2 is the remodeling of the building,
yes,
was the old library. Now, whether it's going to go back to be the library, that's a discussion for another day.
yes,
However, we must move forward on repairing that and getting it up to ADA compliant.
yes,
And what I'd like to see, if we could, a timeline,
yes.
a cost.
Yes, so if I could on that, and I was on the phone with the building commissioner yesterday, and sometimes when I want air, so I go out and I walk around the complex and I talk, so in this case I was talking to him, and I brought up the same exact issue that you're speaking about. I said, this is all well and good, this looks great, but now we need to move into Phase 2. So that's exactly on our radar. And we will be providing updates and engaging everyone who we need to engage in that. An update on the building project itself, actually tomorrow morning, the building commissioner, Mr. Gale and I are meeting with the architect, who's doing the design on the second egress in the accessible restroom. So that is moving forward. I hope we're gonna be, the architect will be sharing a pretty good set of drawings with us, so which we can provide feedback on.
Can I ask Selectman Hull a question?
Certainly.
Are we considering Phase 3 to be the waitlisted application we have, that project, the long term?
I see Phase 3 as a pretty intense discussion of, from what I've been hearing, 3 potential options. Option A, remodel, addition. 2, the original recommendation of the Friends of the Library. And one that I haven't seen, but I've heard bandied about, a 3rd option, a scaled-down version of the $8 million, at this point in time, proposal. Discussions that I've heard seem pretty favorable, and a compromise, if you will. So, I think that's gonna be a long, intense, because I've heard a lot of feedback by a lot of people in the town. All 3 options have merit and have support, so it's gonna be intense.
Thank you. Town Administrator.
So yes, the next item on, in my update, the Capital Outlay Committee met the end of last month. We are planned to meet tomorrow evening. However, this evening, as I've been here as well, I did get an email from Mr. Rendon that he believes there was some confusion in the meeting date, where he was anticipating a meeting date of next week. So, so I'll deal with that, but the long and short of it is, at the last meeting, the Capital Outlay Committee actually approved a request form that this week will be going out to all departments, boards, and committees, so we can actually ask them for their input, about what their thoughts, what their expertise, and what their ideas are in terms of the capital needs of their departments and boards and committees. Then we'll take that as a committee, we'll rate them, we'll score them, and then we'll compile the first phase of our capital plan, which will be regularly updated as we go. So, very exciting stuff. This is where the work really begins. And we're engaging, as I mentioned, all of our departments, boards, and committees, so residents have a voice in the process as we go forward as well.
So I had My notes also show that the meeting was next week.
Okay, so I,
I'm surprised to see that it was tomorrow, which means I can now go to the gravestone girls at the cemetery tomorrow night.
that,
So,
Even better, that worked out
that
for
might have
you.
been my error, so I apologize, but.
that's all right. Selectmen, proceed.
So thank you so much for giving us like a detailed synopsis on the plans of the Capital Outlay Committee. My question pertains specifically to articles.
Yep.
So obviously, the Finance Committee makes recommendations on the spending articles, and the Board of Selectmen makes our board recommendations on all the articles.
Yes.
What process will the Capital Outlay Committee play, if any? Will they have their own recommendation process on capital expenditures, if any? Or what's the vision, I guess? Maybe you haven't had that conversation.
So we started to have the conversation at the last meeting, Dr. Z. So for the upcoming special town meeting, it's going to be a really hybrid, if you will. The Capital Outlay Committee is going to review them, but because we don't have a plan in place, we really can't compare what has been proposed to the plan. So, so the committee's real recommendations, of which Mr. Rendon has been voted the chair as well. So it's really going to start to provide feedback and recommendations on the articles going into the annual town meeting in June.
Okay, that makes sense.
And what essentially we're trying to do, and the hope really is, and the vision is so that right now, for all intents and purposes, every time we open the warrant, there's a question, what are we gonna get? What type of projects are we gonna get? But if we do this right, and we intend to do it right, so what we are gonna get are gonna be planned and envisioned for.
Okay.
So it'll be a much more predictable process, so which we can plan all in advance what projects we have
Sure.
and how we can allocate funding to make those projects work.
And if I may, my final question regarding the Capital Outlay Committee is, will the proposed, or I should say, the plan for the reconstruction of the parking lot at the Dayton Elementary, Dayton Middle School campus, is that something that would be reviewed and weighed in on by the Capital Outlay Committee? Okay.
Absolutely,
All right.
yes.
Those are my questions.
Selectmen Hull?
Fulfill my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then moving on, I do have two more quick updates that are well below my 45-minute time frame. But so a few months ago in the summer, I mentioned a potential opportunity that I was exploring with the building commissioner with Bristol Plymouth through their vocational training program. And at the time, we submitted a proposal for like a shed to be built for the Briggs Garden. And at the time, at the end of June, BP got back to us and said they were at capacity. Their plans have now changed, and they have immediate opening to build a shed with us and for us. So I apologize for the tardiness, but I actually got this agreement at the end of the day today from BP. So what I'm actually recommending, I have gone through it a little bit. There's a few typos in it. Number one, they mentioned Bridgewater.
They were close.
And we're Dayton. So, but what I'm asking, what I'm recommending to the Board of Selectmen, is asking is for your approval to an authorization for me to sign this agreement on behalf of the Board of Selectmen. And so I really want to thank our building commissioner as well. He's been working directly with the school. And if all the plans go according to plan, actually Monday night he met with Tanya Patricio. Jenna Montero was going to be there but couldn't make it. But he has looped in the garden folks as well. And provided that all the materials are available, which the building commissioner is working on, and the contract is executed and authorized, it's anticipated that the work could begin as soon as this coming Monday.
But we just got this.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking that the board authorize me to, so to go through it, to review it and sign it, on behalf of the board, so we can meet the Monday timeline.
My only concern, so I support this. The Briggs Garden was an idea that I had with the Agricultural Commission, so I don't want to, I'm not saying this as someone who doesn't want to see this happen. This is fabulous. My concern is we're going to agree or, allow you or authorize you to sign the agreement, but we don't, I'll give you an example. Line 17 says, the responsible party agrees to pay by certified check, credit card, or cash Bristol Plymouth Regional Technical School District for the cost of materials and for any ancillary expenses incurred by the district, but we don't have a cost, so I just feel a little bit uncomfortable.
So I'm sorry, our building commissioner, so has already been on top of that as well. So the cost of the materials are anticipated to be $5,000. And that would come out of the public buildings.
And there's there's enough?
So there's funding there that also relates to what actually we're proposing in the special town meeting warrant article as well, because we're proposing to offset the $5,000, especially with the $5,000 that was actually taken out of that budget by the FinCom going in to FY22. We would seek to restore the $5,000 at special town meeting.
Okay.
So we also have it to deal with other things through the year.
Okay, well, that satisfies my question, sorry.
So, I was also at that meeting Monday night. For part of the meeting, I had another meeting at 6:30. So the plans, I talked to Jim Aguirre, obviously Tanya, and we picked on the location of it. It's going to be 12 by 16. It's a good size for all the tools and equipment and everything else. So it's a great idea, and Jim has some good plans for it. And he's given BP some ideas as to how to design it and everything else. I think it's going to have clapboard on the front, shingles on the side. Selectmen help?
Is this project being overseen by the Agricultural Committee, which you're a part of?
I'm not part of the agricultural.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Yes.
In fact, I'd like to see, I'm involved with the James Brigg Garden, the people for the James Brigg Garden. So they monitor any expenditures that the people have for the community garden. So, for example, they've purchased some woods for the raised beds. So it came out of the Agricultural Commission, if I'm correct. But it will be this committee, the Girl Scouts, the Boy Scouts will be actually putting those together.
Now, the Briggs Garden shed construction, Dr. Sigofis, has that come up on discussions with your committee?
So this just came up, because remember, we were under the impression that they were not going to be able to do this. So it is not a conversation so first of all, we know a shed is needed. The Agricultural Commission has discussed it. Our meeting is Tuesday. So we will discuss it then. But yes, they will oversee it.
Now, you're looking for a recommendation tonight, is that correct?
To authorize him to sign it,
Yes, to authorize me to sign it, so if all goes according to plan, as I mentioned, BP just literally notified us that their other project fell through. So they need a project for their students. So, and they're hoping to actually mobilize this whole thing to have a Monday start date.
So we won't ruffle any feathers if we vote authorize the building of this shed before your committee has had a chance to vote on it.
It's just the way the timing fell, unfortunately.
No, I understand that, but
we didn't have an August meeting, but even if we had, we were still under the impression at that time that we weren't going to be able to do it. But I do want to address your question and concern. So we knew as a commission when we were formed that we were going to need supplies for the garden, of course. Maintenance, getting it up and running, all that. there was a shed previously on the property, but unfortunately, because of the state that it was in, it had to be taken down. So I just want you to know, and it's a good question, that we, as a commission, and I guess I can speak for them on this particular matter, are fully expecting some structure to house the equipment that the town will purchase, and equipment that we may already have acquired, so, yeah.
More procedural, and I didn't want to.
Normally, we'd go first to answer your question, the
But they'll be
agricultural
comfortable with
commission.
it.
Yeah, they know it needs to be done, and honestly, my understanding is that the $5,000-ish that we may spend per this agreement with the BP school district is probably maybe less than it would take to do it if we had to pay, for example, someone prevailing wage to do it.
Okay.
So for me, it's a no-brainer. But I do have one question on the shed. In your opinion, and I guess this is for you or for the town administrator, is the shed that's being proposed per the agreement bigger or smaller than the previous one?
I have no idea what the size of the previous one was. This is 12 by 16, which is a good size
Okay,
shed.
okay.
Store all that equipment. So
I have no further questions.
I will entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to motion that the Board of Selectmen authorize the town administrator, Mike Mullen, to sign the agreement between the town of Dayton and the Bristol Plymouth Regional Technical School District to construct a shed for the James Briggs Community Garden, as prepared this evening.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? If not, roll call. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye.
Thank you, everyone involved, for making this possible.
I just have one other update, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, we had a bunch
45
of
minutes
things.
is almost up there now.
No, I'm pushing it. So we had a few things actually come at the end of the day this afternoon, but I did receive actually an email with the reference of a vote taken last week, I believe, by the Bristol County Commissioners. Can you remember that actually in late July, the Board of Selectmen wrote to the County Commissioners and asked them to actually award the ARPA funding based on the per capita. And so they did vote, I believe last week, to make the ARPA funding available to Bristol County communities on a per capita basis, less 10% that the county will retain. So of the available funding that the county is receiving to administer to Bristol County communities, the commission has voted to, as administrative costs and for their own priorities, keep 10% of it, and to make the remainder available through the per capita funding basis. So we have yet to see any structure or any application. Hopefully that will come in the next few weeks, but I just wanted to provide that update as well.
Selectman Hull?
I attended that meeting, and one of the things that came up in that meeting was pretty heated discussion about the 10% that the county would have for administrative costs. And I'm not sure if it was the chairman of the Board of Selectmen of Easton or the town manager, but he was able to get a vote passed that the commissioners must present a budget of how that 10% is going to be spent, and that we, as the advisors, trustees, will vote on that. So there will be accountability. The county commissioners just aren't going to go spend it what they feel like without the approval of the supporting towns. One of the things that is a little frustrating is they're still drawing up the commissioners, the application. And I was going to mention it in Selectmen's report, but since we're on this subject now, if Mr. Mullen doesn't object, I'd like to touch base with Maria
Yes.
to keep a fire under them, because There are many programs I know in this town that are looking for part of the money. And the other piece is, we have to plan, and it's difficult to plan when we don't even know when we're gonna get the money.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Thank you for being on top of this.
Did you yield 3 minutes to Selectman Hull?
If he did,
I
he's
didn't-
done
I'll take
now.
it back,
He's
though.
overtime. He owes us time.
Well, I could have done it in the
Yeah, no, I
selectmen's
I
report.
appreciate that information, which is a matter of speaking now or a few minutes down the road. Thank you. Are
That's
you-
all I have, I promise.
Thank you. Old business, the first item, we're not going to be voting on a contract. Do we need to vote to
Mr.
continue it? Do we need to vote to continue this item to the
I was
next?
going to table it.
Yeah, or to take no action on it, just move on.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we take item 11A under advisement.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, say aye. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye. Discuss, review, and act on community compact best practices.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the last meeting, we discussed, and the board discussed, two potential best practices that the board in the town would actually seek to apply for from the Community Compact Program. Based on the feedback at the last meeting, I went through, and I restated what the best practices are that we discussed. And the first one, as a financial best practice, to develop and utilize a long-range planning and forecasting model that assesses both short-term and long-term financial implications of current and proposed policies, programs, and assumptions over a multi-year period. So that's number one. And then the second, a community compact best practice that was discussed was to create an economic development plan that engages diverse stakeholders, leverages local and regional economic strengths and assets, encourages innovation and entrepreneurship, and/or promotes workforce development, planning, and implementation. So, I've been talking with folks from the Division of Local Services, also with folks at the Collins Center at UMass Boston as well. And it's my understanding that, so communities are already jumping in and applying, for what they want their best practice, what they want the best practices to be. And the funding is fairly limited. So the recommendation that I've been receiving, for the town has been for us to identify what our priorities are very early on so we can begin applying for them. And to make sure we don't lose out on the funding that's being made available by the state to move forward.
Selectman, Dr. Z?
Did you have something? I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that, do we have any questions regarding this before I entertain a motion? So,
Yep. Just two quick questions. So regarding the long-range planning and forecasting model, I 100% support this. My one question for you is there a plan or will there be a plan to incorporate feedback or results from DOR's financial management review in that?
Absolutely, yes. So, and the two will really coordinate and build off each other. And so even though we would be applying now for the best practice, it's already understood, and I've already had the conversation with DLS, that the financial management would happen first. Financial management review would happen first,
Okay.
and then the forecasting would build off that.
That's perfect. My last question regarding this is regarding the creation of an economic development plan.
Yes.
And I know it may not be us, the Board of Selectmen, that's in charge of this plan. It may be, like, for example, the Development and
Yes.
Industrial Commission, which makes sense. Is it possible that we can, when the time comes, incorporate results and feedback from documents like the sewer extension feasibility study into that plan and see where it fits? And it's tough to predict because you don't know where the plan will end up, but I would love to see that incorporated if possible.
So yes, and as the board may recall, we do have an application still pending through the one-stop portal for a zoning analysis so that all those things would complement each other.
Selectman Hull?
Just so you're aware, I've been working with Mr. Mullen in regards to the development of the Development Industrial Commission. And two groups that are going to be involved. One of them, I believe, has been involved in the past, and that is Serpent.
Nice.
So we'll be reaching out to them. But the other group that I'm really looking forward to, because I've worked with them in the past, is the Taunton Area Chamber of Commerce. We're going to expand our role a little bit, obviously, with some parameters established by the Board of Selectmen. But we're looking forward and also welcome input from individual selectmen as well as, you know, in the meetings as we go forward.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I don't plan to give direct feedback simply because, you know, you are our liaison, so.
I welcome your feedback.
I'm not gonna micromanage, but.
Experience,
But I appreciate you taking this on, and I appreciate you even considering to review, and I will make sure, obviously, you get a copy of it, that study when you have time. Thank you.
So I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we adopt the following best practices under the Community Compact Program's Best Practices Program. Best practice 1, to develop and utilize actually, sorry, Mrs. Brady. I'm just gonna say, as the best practices were presented this evening.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Want to read them?
If not, I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye. The next agenda item is the Broad Cove Nature Trail discussion update. Do you have anything, or do we want,
So I just have a quick update at the outset. As a result of the last meeting, I have been in touch with Mr. McKeon, and I've been in touch with Mr. Woods. I think we all understood from the last meeting, so that Mr. Woods might have an ongoing dialogue with Mr. Mello. And as a result of the last meeting, Mr. Woods has been in touch with Mr. Mello. And I believe Mr. Mello is considering the discussion he had with Mr. Woods about that parcel. And given the fact that time really isn't of the essence at this point, based on the fact that we had a special town meeting warrant that closed the end of last week, so we have a little bit of time, and I believe Mr. Woods is respecting that, in giving Mr. Mello some room to consider the discussion.
Selectman Hull?
I'm going to ask my colleagues would allow a motion to appoint Mr. Woods as our representative, working along with T.A. Mullen as the exclusive negotiator with Mr. Mello on this property. My understanding from talking to many people, including Mr. Ferry, is that this matter needs to be handled with kid gloves based on prior court involvement actions. So, I'd like to make a motion that Robert Woods.
So, I'm not opposed to the motion, but before we do that, with the permission of the board, Mrs. Goulart said she had some.
I was just curious to
update
hear
on
what
this, and then we can,
former
we'll
Selectman
take that
Goulart
motion,
had to say.
Selectman Hull.
The Eagle Scout project came up when I was on the board the first time, and I believe that trail was put in before I left office in 2010. I remember going to the Court of Honor for that project, When I came back to the board in 2015, oh, I should back up. There were statements made at the last meeting that it sounded like the Board of Selectmen just rushed through this whole thing and disregarded the statements from the owner, and we just pushed this trail through, and there was no consideration of anything he said. That's not true. The town had the titles checked on the properties that were going to be involved in the trail. All of the title searches came back through the town council's office, and it was upon that recommendation that the Board of Selectmen approved that Eagle Scout project. There is no way the Board of Selectmen would ever, any Board of Selectmen, would ever set an eagle up for failure, because that's what it would have been. Had we known at the time that that gentleman truly owned that piece of land, obviously there would have had to be, maybe that would have been the West Trail at that time. But everything that the Board of Selectmen had said it's a go. And so he was given permission, he put the trail in, and that was that. When I came back to the board in 2015, I was elected in September. On October 31st, we had a meeting down at the Broad Cove Nature Trail. I remember it because it's the day Representative Kennedy came to town for a short period of time, and he was going to be seeing people at the library, and a number of us wanted to come back in time to at least say hello. So we met down there with the property owner. Selectman Menges was there. Selectman Menges and I arrived about the same time as did the property owner. When I was introduced to the property owner, he immediately started yelling at me, up and down one side of me, for all the rotten things that had been done to him. And I looked at him and said, "I don't know you. I've never met you." And he continued. And finally, Selectman Menges interrupted and said, "She's never met you." Okay. Yes, I was on the board when the Scout project got approved, but as I just explained to you, why we moved ahead with that. Now, we discussed with him at the time, and we walked down to where the fence is. He put a fence up on the property. The fence is actually on town property, which is illegal. If he's going to fence it, it should be actually on his property. There has been talk about taking the fence down. It hasn't been done. I would assume it's still there. Mr. Ferry would know, because he probably visits the area more than any of us. But the last time I was down there, and I think we were down there for I think we were looking at the former town landfill, and there were questions about that Mr. Ferry and I have been working on for a period of time, and the fence was still there. But in any case, shortly after, the property owner was not interested in proceeding. The whole point of the meeting was hopefully to discuss options so that the fence could be taken down and the trail could be opened all the way. We were not successful, and as a result of that, some time went by, and then that email was written. Mr. McKeon had contacted me, and he told me about his proposal, which the short version is they're cross easements. The town wants the easement north-south. Mr. Mello needs an easement east-west. So what you do is you negotiate with the property owner an easement so the town can access that stretch of property, and the property owner now negotiates with the town for an easement to cross east-west to get to his field that's on the west side of the trail. That's the gist of what was discussed. I believe Mr. McKeon contacted him and made his best effort to try to resolve the issue, and it hasn't been resolved. I'm glad to hear it's up here again. It's under consideration. I know that Selectman Menges tried a number of times to try to bring peace and negotiate this. And there is also, I think it's a co-owner. I think it's the sister of the gentleman that everyone's met with. So there are two people involved, but he is the spokesperson. If it can be resolved, I think it's great. I think if you will, the cross easement is the way to go. It alleviates any concern or liability on the part of the property owner for people to hike the trail, and it gives him the access he needs to access his field that is to the west of the trail. So I just wanted to correct that, because we were not stonewalling this whole project. And again, we would never do that to an Eagle Scout. Thank you.
Thank you. Selectman Hull?
Dr. Z, I want to thank you for involving Mr. Woods in this discussion. And I've had several discussions with Mr. Woods on a regular basis about this project. I am well aware of the litigation that was involved in this project. I'm also aware of certain requests that Mr. Mello has made. Based on that, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Woods, Mr. Mullen, chief negotiators of this project as we go forward.
Is there a second?
I don't think we need to do it for the town administrator. I think it's expected.
Okay.
But for Mr. Woods, yep, I will second that. Do we need a proper phrase, like liaison?
I'm sorry?
Like liaison?
Well, wouldn't it be Mike?
But for Mr. Woods, Mike, excuse me.
Oh, you mean a title?
Yes. You said chief negotiator. I think what they would be called is a liaison.
Liaison?
Yes.
Okay,
And I second that.
thank you.
There's no public input on this, at this time. Do you know if Mr. Woods would accept this?
Absolutely.
Because
Oh, I
he's
know.
not here, so
He
that's
is
why.
at the planning board. I discussed this with him. I asked him, I told him exactly what I was going to do. And yes, he will definitely accept it. Actually, he was flattered that you recommended him. Okay, I do have something to say under discussion.
Yes, I'm going to ask for, since we've had a second, any discussion?
Yes. Before, and again, it involves spending money. Obviously, there'll be a negotiation. Potentially, Mr. Woods feels confident that there can be an agreement. He also feels confident that he may be able to help with funding for this project.
Okay.
But it'd be okay if it be reviewed by our attorney,
Of course.
just to make sure the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed.
So and we're still under discussion, right?
Yeah.
Part of the reason why we would make Mr. Woods a liaison is it would allow him to work with Town Administrator Mullen, who would obviously work with council on this matter. Yes.
Thank you.
Want to call for a vote? Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Counselor Z?
I want to thank Mr. Woods for volunteering. Aye.
Is that your vote?
That is my vote.
And Campuchico is also an aye. Thank you. The
Is
next,
he cutting our mic off?
next agenda item is on the new business B, review, discuss, and act on special town meetings proposed article.
Are we skipping the reports?
Selectmen's report.
Comment?
Oh, jeez.
Trying to cut us off. Good
Actually
catch.
have a,
Oh,
Selectman
no,
Hull.
I have a big one that, if,
Okay, so before you get to the big one, then
Okay.
let me just give mine. This will take 3 minutes, if not less.
okay.
As a result of our last meeting, we gave a certificate of recognition to Sister Titilia Giraldo and Mrs. Goulart, former Selectman Goulart, myself, and the president of the Dayton Historical Society. Met with her the next day and gave her the certificate. The sisters, Dominican sisters, did watch our Selectmen's meeting that night to watch us give that. I think she may not have watched it. I think she may have been.
No, she was there.
She was there with us, but did she watch it?
Yes.
Oh, she did. Okay. I
She
thought.
got to see her presentation.
Yes. And we also had the opportunity, and they were very pleased with what the Board of Selectmen did. We also had the opportunity to get a tour of the place. It's the first time I've been there. It is a unique place, and I just want to say that Sister Giraldo, she's our Mother Teresa. She's been so involved with in Puerto Rico, in Brownsville. As they said, she walked the streets of Brownsville, Texas. But she's done so much for the poor, and a lot of people talk about helping people, but she actually lived it for her 70 years. And she's a tad bit older now and not doing it as much as she was doing in the past, but it was very impressive to listen to her, to have a conversation with her. I forget what, she gave me a warning, what was the warning? Do you remember?
What'd you do?
She gave you, but she also spent like 14 or 17 years at Marion Manor as part of the job. First, she gave him a blessing, and then she said to him, "Do good for the people." Something to that
Something to
effect.
that effect.
Do good for the people.
Did she say she was watching to make sure he was doing that?
Well, I think it's the blessing and the
It was
doing
implied.
good work for him.
Yeah. And the sisters were also invited to the Dayton Historical Society, so they're gonna have a road trip to the society and get a tour. I'll let Mrs. Goulart be made aware when that actually happens, so that
That's
she
cool.
can also participate.
Is
So-
anyone taking pictures? Like, do we have pictures from this event? It sounds nice. We don't have any?
I think they may have taken pictures. We'll find out.
Thank you. That's fabulous. Thank you both.
Selectman Hull?
I
This report.
attended, Monday, I attended the Recreation Commission meeting at the North Dayton Playground. They have some incredible plans for upgrading and improvements to that playground. Mr. Rosa, who's here this evening, Kevin Smith were in attendance. And during the discussion, it was mentioned, there are a couple questions that I'm hoping that we might be able to assist them to get feedback. They have 4 design options, and Mr. Smith was in and dropped off pictures of those 4 options to Leanne today. And they're looking for feedback from the community as to which option they would like to see incorporated in redesigning the playground. And then the second question, there was discussion, and there were 7 families that were present at this meeting. And there is debate about the location of that renovation of the playground, whether it would go in the back or whether it would go in the front. The preliminary recommendation by at least Mr. Smith, I'm not going to speak for Mr. Rosa, I'm not quite sure how he feels about it, was to go into the front area. However, Mr. Woods, who was present, asked the people in attendance how they felt, and they unanimously wanted to see it in the rear. So regarding the 4 design options, I was wondering if we could help them by putting that on our page to get input, how the public feels. I know I told
You mean Facebook or the website, Selectmen Hall?
Facebook.
Okay.
I told Kevin that I would share it on my pages, and what he's looking for, and I would say the Recreation Department is looking for, is feedback from the public, how they feel about both options. The other thing that was discussed at the meeting, and they'll be working closely with Mr. Mullen, is to put together a formal presentation, because obviously dollars and cents are going to be a concern. The other thing that I recommended that they do, and probably through Mr. Mullen, would be to, at some point, meet with the Capital Outlay Committee.
Yes. Yep.
Because that's going to be very important. I see that role, that Capital Outlay Committee, with all our projects, as being extremely important, prioritizing how we're going to do things.
May I make a comment to
So are
Selectmen Hall?
they planning on having a public hearing because not everybody's on Facebook, so I'm not sure. I'll let Mr. Rosa speak. Mr. Rosa, Dave Rosa?
So, thank you for bringing it up, and yes, there's currently 4 plans, and thank you if you put them on display somewhere where the public has access and has an opportunity to voice their opinion or whatever it may be. Probably I'll help the public in this regard. One of the biggest differences you'll see is with and without swings. And so and why that becomes important is because of the footprint that you now have for the size of the playground. And so if you have swings, you have a greater footprint, and so now you're trying to fit in, and that all is about fitting the playground toward the front of that ball field and playground area. So I'm gonna, a baseball field is a baseball field as opposed to a playground. So there's a long history behind all this, and there's a lot of controversy over having a playground in the back, and I know for a lot of people it seems like a good option. There's complexities with that. That's the trails and access, and as we heard with regard to ADA and the type of access you get back there, and then whether or not what is the sort of security of this investment in playground equipment back there. I will remind everyone that we have not had a playground back there for 2 generations. That doesn't seem like we're being very good to the people and children within a walking distance of North Dayton. So, so that is why the whole option of moving a playground toward the front of it and I'm gonna use the term scale down playground, which makes it more affordable, and it brings it closer to the road, where it's much more observable by law enforcement and concerned citizens that the playground equipment not be vandalized. I would say a big part of this plan is going to be the related parking. It's a ball field that has been lacking for appropriate parking for a long time. So I'll just give you a heads up that that's in the works. So I'm not sure if I answered your question or not, but I tried, and if there's another question for Parks and Recs, I'm happy to answer it.
I have one.
Thank you.
So are you having a public hearing then? Are you?
Well, I'm sorry, that was the original question. Our meetings are open. We've had a lot of attendance lately, which is a wonderful thing. And I'm sure if the board is encouraging us to have a hearing of sorts, that we will arrive at that moment in time. I'm sure we can work that in to answer your question. Is there one specifically planned right now? I think the answer is not specifically, but the process is that happens. But we can put more emphasis on that if that is the board's suggestion.
Selectmen, Dr. C.
So, obviously the Parks and Recreation Commission is an elected board, so I wouldn't presume to tell Parks and Recreation Commission what to do, but I think I agree with 100% every single word you said regarding the park. I think that if we are encouraging people to give feedback, that probably goes a long way to getting a park funded at a town meeting, for example. My one question for you is, well, actually, let me back up. I wanted to thank you for reminding everyone why we don't have a park there in the first place. And the reason we don't have a park there in the first place is no fault of the towns, it's just vandalism. And because the equipment was placed in the back, away from visibility, it was damaged. And that's why the equipment isn't there. So for anyone who feels strongly about having the equipment in the back, and I understand it might get noisy at the park. If you live there, maybe you want the equipment in the back, so I respect that. But we have to also respect the investment. The equipment's expensive. Do we want to go another 20 years without having a park because we put it in the back and it got vandalized again? I don't think so. So thank you for that. Thank you for reminding everyone the history.
Right.
And I think that will go a long way to building a consensus with the public on it.
For the public's information, this has been given a lot of thought, discussion. There's been plans put into place that have fallen by the wayside. It has been a bitter struggle in my opinion. And but the commitment of Parks and Recreation is to reflect the interests and needs of the town. Right now, I think the plans they're going to be looking at is something that grew, that has sort of evolved over time, and it has been a prolonged and bitter struggle. So it's not that we just, pulled a rabbit out of our hat. We've had, this has been debated, discussed, and planned. I'm tempted to say on infinitum, but there's been a lot to it, and we do respect the public's opinion, but we hope they appreciate that we definitely keep their interests at heart, but we have to deal with what we have to deal with. So I don't know if there's another question with me. I'm sorry, taking up your time.
I'm all set. Anything else, Selectman?
Yes, I do. Nothing with Park and Rec, though.
Okay.
Thank you
I
very
raised
much.
my hand earlier on another point because, and I know I was put aside on the public input thing, but I was interested in Mr. Wood's standing with the town, and you kind of answered that in the conversation. You said he is a member of the planning board, or he is the chair of the planning board?
Yes.
And that is his standing, and that is why you are recommending him to be involved in the negotiation over the land. That with regard to by the way, I'm a little bit familiar with the history on that land. It was a fee simple easement.
I don't want to,
All
we've
right.
already had that on the agenda.
And
We've gotta
legal
be out of here by
counsel
11.
failed the Board of Chairman at the time, in my opinion.
Selectman Hull,
So,
you said
thank you.
something else. Thank you, Mr. Rosa.
Yes. I did not bring the formal communication up as part of the packet because I received it at the last minute. And quite honest, I didn't have a chance to discuss it with Mr. Mullen. And it is very controversial. And I'm going to not speak specifically to it, but I'll tell you what it was. Last night, I received a phone call, followed up by a formal attachment of the complaint filed by the town of Rehoboth and the Board of Selectmen, informing me, and this has obviously been on the news and has been announced to the public, that the town of Rehoboth is suing the Dayton Rehoboth Regional School District. Although they are a separate entity, the people who will be responsible for paying the bill, the legal fees and such of that litigation, will be the taxpayers of both
Selectman
Rehoboth.
Hull, I really don't want to get into this. This is
No,
this is
I'm just
litigation
asking,
that involves the town, so whatever we say could be part of any future
I'm just
litigation.
asking if we could authorize Mr. Mullen to review this with the superintendent or the school committee and report back to us what you can legally say to us.
So yes, I can tell you at this point I've been in touch with the appropriate parties, and we as the town are aware of it. We're taking the appropriate steps at
Okay,
this point.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Z, you have anything on the selectmen's
I don't
reports?
think you, though.
What?
I don't think you, though.
Okay, now we're going to go to, under new business, review special town meeting proposed articles. Has everybody had an opportunity to look at that?
Yes.
I don't see them as part of this packet, though.
It
They
is part
should
of-
be. I have
It is
them.
part of the packet.
No, maybe online, but I don't have them as part of
You
my,
don't have the paper version?
Were you given a copy of the packet?
yes,
Selectman Hull, they should be right after the best practices page that I think you had. That was the order of it. See, the problem is once you put something out of order, and
Yes.
it's like, you're flipping forever.
I didn't make the motion to put it out of order.
Thank you, KB.
Yep. no.
boss
Oh,
comes through
I'm
in the
sorry.
clutch.
Right here. Thank you. Yes, I do. Sorry.
So this is not the final, Mike, if I'm correct, this is not the final version of the proposed articles. The other thing is, I believe we set a date already, because we talked about having a hearing, public hearing with the town residents to go over all the articles, and if they have any questions about any of the articles, they can ask those questions. I think we scheduled for October 25th,
October 25th.
and it's going to be in this room here,
Yes,
so.
that's
But
good.
once, I mean, the public hearing will be held after we vote the wording of the article. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, there are going to be two votes. It's first is, the articles that will go on the warrant, and then the board will take a subsequent vote at a subsequent meeting, I assume, for what our recommendations will be on every article, right?
That's correct.
Now, if we have any objections to any of the articles as they're written this evening, would it be appropriate to discuss it at this time?
Yep. Oh, sorry.
You really have a tough time giving a seat up. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Because I am prepared to challenge two articles here.
Okay.
And so this, Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
my question for you is, this is to determine whether or not we're going to include an article on the warrant, correct?
I believe these, they're not exactly, the monies and everything else is not exact, is my understanding. But these are the articles that were submitted. And I believe at the next meeting, when we meet in 2 weeks, we're going to actually go over all the articles specifically and make our own recommendations for each article. But I don't mind listening to Selectman Hull's concerns. We won't be voting on it tonight, but any concerns that you have on any of these articles.
Yes.
So,
Can I
Sure,
take them out of order?
Sure.
I received this evening communication from the chairman of the Dayton Board of Health.
Oh, yes.
I read this over, and I look at a proposal for increase of the health agent salary for the sum of $14,934.36. That's a raise, people.
Where, Selectman Hull,
that's-
where is that in here?
But that's
Where's that
also,
figure?
that's increasing his hours. Presently, he's working 28.
see
The
this.
recommendation
I
is
see
to go
this.
to 35 hours, and then it's also
I
increase
didn't
in
get this
salary.
I am well aware of that.
Can you repeat that figure, Selectman Hull, one
Oh,
last time?
it's right here.
See, I don't have it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
$14,934.36.
Okay, thank you.
Now, last Wednesday night, I sat in a meeting for over 3 hours and listened to numerous complaints.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Point is, there's a process for public employees under Mass General Law. If there's complaints against them or any misconduct. Now, I call Mr. Hull out of order because we've gone for this for 3 hours and we've covered any allegations, and that was the point. And under Mass General Law, a public employee still has that right not to be discussed in open
But
session.
not only that, the meeting he's talking about was an executive session. Those minutes haven't been approved yet. It's my understanding, you guys haven't approved those minutes, nor has the Board of Selectmen approved those minutes. So, but we can address the monies
And
specifically.
I haven't mentioned a position.
No, but you
And
were talking about.
I'm talking about the Board of Health.
You mentioned, excuse me, with all due respect, you mentioned Board of Health in the beginning.
That's right, Board of Health.
But the salary figure is for a specific position, so even though you didn't mention it, you're talking about that specific salary of that specific position. So I think that point of order should be sustained. I am not the chair, so you would have to make that decision.
So if you.
I have-
You see these two figures there, right?
We have a letter here that was handed to us at a public meeting. I believe that I do have the right to read this into the record. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
It is part of the
I would
program.
ask to do that at this time. Honorable Board of Selectmen, the Board of Health is submitting this letter in advance with the hopes you will give it your consideration prior to our budget meeting and subsequent special town meeting to be held on November 1st, 2021. The parties have had 2 previous meetings relative to the salary of the health agent. In attendance at both meetings was Ken Pacheco, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen, Mike Mullen, Town Administrator, Tom Pyers, Chairman of the Board, and the health agent. At our last meeting, there was a final agreement of those present of an hourly wage increase from $37.04 to $38.86, an increase of $1.82. I believe that comes to a total increase of somewhere around $11,000. This agreement was reached by only one member of a 3-member board of both parties, the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Health, which I understood would need final approval by a majority vote by each 3-member board at a public meeting. Since the majority of the Board of Health did not feel the amount of $38.86 was appropriate, we are presenting this request for further consideration for the following reasons. There's been ongoing discussion about a salary that is in line with the health agent's knowledge, skills, and abilities, at least for the past 2 years. However, each time the can gets kicked down the road to the next annual or special town meeting. The logic each time is that the health agent should have a contract or some sort of employee agreement, or additional duties need to be added. As we are sure we are all aware, the health agent has been working outside his job description, doing additional duties since he began employment with the town, always being told we will take care of it in the spring, which turns into we will take care of it in the fall. It is time to recognize that the health agent performs duties on a regular basis as PE, the engineer, although he is referred to as either the health agent or stormwater agent. His immediate action in response to the violations along the Segregansett River when complaints were received about Dora Estates in Taunton provided town officials with a professional opinion, evidence, and suggested remedies to these violations that led to a complete revision of the plan so that the town was able to reach a mutual agreement with the city of Taunton, thus avoiding costly overlapping. There's also been a discussion about a small to moderate amount of engineering being added to his job description, which would trigger an increase in wages. In the words of the Board of Health, this is a winning trifecta for the town. The health agent is available, qualified, and will be working for far less than a third-party engineer. The opportunity and cost savings the town would realize would far outweigh the cost of $42 per hour and 35 hours that we are requesting. And in closing, we are very optimistic that this request will pass at the upcoming special town meeting if it is properly presented and all parties, the Board of Selectmen, Town Administrator, Board of Health, and FinCom are on board. Let's not kick the can down the road for another 6 months and utilize our employees to the fullest extent possible. I've concluded this. Respectfully submitted, Thomas Pius, Chairman, Dayton Board of Health. And for the record, I oppose any increase. And I oppose this article. Thank you.
May I ask, through you, Mr. Chair, a question to Selectman Hull? about this?
Sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to wait for you to respond. Selectman, well, through you. Are you, so I respect and understand your position. Are you making a suggestion that either the board not include this article at all on the warrant, or that the board not recommend what's being requested?
I will say two things. One, I recommended it not be on the article. Secondly, my comments, my recommendation are based on the fact that I have lost all confidence in the Board of Health. This was an example this evening. We went into the red zone. We had a public emergency. And we left the town administrator to explain it, who's not DPH involved. His training is not in pandemics. Total lack of leadership on an issue that is of great concern to the people of this town. Might add, 7 people have died from it in this town.
I believe it's 8 now.
8 now? Okay.
Mr.
I'm in favor of reorganization. And one of the things that I heard a couple of years ago,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, that's not on the agenda. Reorganization of the Board of Health.
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I think it would be, so again, respect your opinion. I think it would be appropriate if we have the Board of Health Chairman, if he would like to respond or make any remarks, I would be willing to hear him. Again, his decision.
Mr. Pius?
Well, first I'll respond to the comment regarding Mr. Mullin, Water Health and contact tracing. As you recall, it was a month ago or so, we discussed contact tracing, and it was starting to pick up, mostly in children. And at that time, Mr. Hull made the suggestion or the motion that we do the contact tracing. And a decision was not made at that time. And the response was, we're gonna wait until we hit the trigger point of 25 cases within the town of Dayton. Well, we've had 25 cases come in the last 3 days. And we've talked to the town administrator about this for the past, well, just this week, I think, when it really started to pick up. We have 12 cases in one day as of 8 o'clock this morning. So this is the first opportunity we've had to come back and request that we do contact tracing. I came down because I started to watch the meeting where our town administrator, very knowledgeable, was getting thrown under the bus. I didn't anticipate this would be an issue because I felt we just hit that threshold. And I think that's what we all understood at our meeting of a month ago or whenever it was, and we discussed this. At the time, we might have had 5 or 6 cases. Well, COVID waits for nobody. And the sad part about it is, we've been trying to get contact tracing done the proper way since this started over a year and a half ago. And all this time, it's been mishandled, not by this town administrator, but by, I am gonna throw her under the bus, because some things could have been done to get this handled a bit better. We've requested over and over for contact tracing. And this, as I said, this is the first time we've had to come here to address it. As far as the request for the additional dollars, you're absolutely right, Selectman Hull. It does amount to 11,000 something. However, this is the reason it came to this board tonight. I think my letter speaks for itself. We have plans to move this town forward and save it thousands of dollars by the skills and abilities of Mr. Pilling. You know, right now, I can't identify everything, but I know there's a lot of areas in his job description that he works outside of. Stormwater, he probably goes over and above what he should be doing on stormwater also. The Dora Estates thing, I don't know how many thousands that would have cost for an engineer, even if we got an engineer on time to put a stop to it, as he did. We couldn't have done that without him. And any future engineering involves grants. So the problem we've been having was brought to me by Mr. Mullen and Jim Aguirre, was wondering if we could have him do a little engineering for a much smaller amount than it would cost to hire an outside engineer. The timeliness comes in. It takes time to get an engineer. They're not always available. And when you have a grant opportunity and we don't have that engineer's drawings to submit along with the request for the grant, we lose it. So I don't think it's unusual to be requesting another dollar amount. The only thing I'm doing is putting it out there now prior to the annual town meeting so we can start utilizing his talent as soon as possible and saving the town some engineering fees 6 months down the road where we'll go to town meeting. And as I said, I don't feel like kicking the can down the road another 6 months. I live in this town, I was born in this town, I pay the same taxes everybody else pays in this town. And if I can save the town some money, or this board can save the town some money, by at least acknowledging what his abilities are, then I think that's what we ought to do.
So I do have a question then, because we did meet, as you know, a couple of times, and we came up with that agreement amongst ourselves, started to come to the board, and I emphasize it also goes to the residents at the special town meeting. So we came up with a figure of $38.86 an hour, and now there's a request, and we walked.
Well, that was true, and I'll live by that, and I won't renege on that. What I'm requesting is we discussed, okay, we'll go with the $38.86 now. Then we'll look at the job description like we've been looking at for the last 2 years. So let's move this thing along. Let's do it now instead of later, because it seems later never comes. And that's just my point.
Selectman Secafis.
So I was obviously not, we appointed our chairman to be involved in those discussions. So my question comes more from a place of needing clarification. So when we talk about going from $37.04 an hour to $38.86, I understand that.
That was for 35 hours also.
Okay, that was my question. So, okay, thank you. That answered my question. So 7 additional, so just for the public, they're requesting $14,934.36, which is, yes, an increase in the hourly wage, but also going from 28 to 35 hours, just so everyone is clear.
Yeah, but their request is higher than
the one that was agreed to.
that was agreed to. So their figure is $14,934.36. Our compromise or our agreement that has to go before the board, and we have to make our recommendation to the residents, is $11,142.81 with Friday flexibility.
Can you say that one more time?
Yes, it's $11,142.81 with Friday flexibility, which means that occasionally he'll be available on a Friday.
And to be clear, both figures include 35 hours?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
I believe, I'm not sure, Chairman Pacheco, I think what we're requesting, or at least for your consideration, is an additional 3,700 or 800 there, I would think.
Yes, it's about 3,800.
Okay.
Roughly.
So $3,000 could be one engineering job. You know,
Meaning money brought back to the town?
correct.
Okay.
to get a third party to do it. To me, this is a no-brainer. Health agents alone that do not have stormwater duties or engineering, the average is like around $41 in Bristol County. So we're not asking for a whole lot here. I think what we're trying to do is help the town financially moving forward.
I think one of the things that we discussed, though, was that the engineer would be on each specific case, so we would pay him additional fees or monies. In other words, we weren't gonna pay him to be our town engineer and have no engineering projects for a year, for example. This was gonna be on a case-by-case basis. For example, at the library, we needed an engineer, we hired an engineer. He could do that work for us, and we would work out on
Well,
the...
that's, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's agreeable also. We didn't, at the time when we were talking this,
We didn't finalize it.
we
That's what
talked
you're asking.
stipends
Yes.
and whatnot.
Right, but we didn't
But I don't
finalize.
think we finalized our discussion yet, which is why I was hopeful for the 29th, but we can put it all out there tonight. And, you know, if the board wants to discuss it further, I'd be more than happy to, but I believe Mr. Pilling is receptive to some kind of stipend depending on what happens.
Town administrator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I could, on the engineering, as I think has been discussed, we have a number of, all of capital priorities. We have a number of engineering needs. But, so I think, Mr. Chairman, when you and I, from our perspective, we're still actually really taking an inventory of what our projects are, what our needs are, and then how we move forward to plan, and to engineer them if needed. So I would respectfully say, I think to contemplate what our engineering needs are, other than we know what a few things are, as you'll see, the Pleasant Street Bridge engineering is on here, but I think it's really too early to create a budget, if you will, for what our real engineerings are, because we're still taking that inventory. So through the municipal building needs committee, through the capital outlay committee, and through the other projects we're doing. So I think that's where we were trying to come from, that it would be premature to talk about any type of engineering funding in whole, never mind being done by a specific person.
We're happy, and both of us are receptive to another meeting prior to the 29th, because there are alternatives, I think, to get him compensated properly and moving forward. So,
Just that I had thought we had resolved it, and I walked away anyway thinking that it was resolved, and the engineering aspect was going to be something that we're going to deal with in the future, but I understand your concern that we've kicked the can down the road a few times. Selectman Hull, do you have any comments?
No,
Dr.
I have a question. Selectman Hull had stated earlier tonight that he was against a salary increase. I respect your opinion. My question for you, Selectman Hull, is, irrespective of a salary increase, are you open to an hours increase, or are you against both?
Both.
Okay. Thank you.
This really isn't a public hearing, but I'm going to allow...
May I address the board as the chairman of the Stormwater Committee?
Yes, but I'm going to let you speak, but I'm also going to let Nate speak. But I want to let her speak first, if you don't mind. Yeah. But, Nate, we can't talk about personalities, as you know. Yeah.
I just want to address the interaction the Stormwater Committee has with this particular employee. We cannot function without the services of an engineer. We can't wait we need an engineer to review this solar project. As a matter of fact, we met today, and the project manager and his supervisor were here from Grasshopper. They are going to the planning board tonight to discuss. You were at the site visit, so you know what I'm talking about. Whether it's sitting down and looking at plans that have been presented to the Stormwater Committee, multiple revisions, whether it's site visits, looking actually at what's there as opposed to what's on the plan, and quite frankly, they don't always match, as we know yesterday. The fact that we have an employee whose title is not engineer, but who is fully qualified, and we are not paying an engineer's rate to have him do this work, it's unheard of. But by the same token, I will tell you, the first thing you do with Personnel Management 101 is you deploy the people you have based on the qualifications, the talents, the abilities. Obviously, if it were a union position, I wouldn't be making that statement. However, in a position, a professional position, whether it's contractual or at will, the employer has a certain amount of flexibility. We have used those talents to the utmost. When the situation came up along the Segregansett River, I was still on the Board of Selectmen when that was told to me and the complaints were made. Getting ready for those meetings we had with the Taunton Conservation Commission, especially the last one, I said to that employee, you're going to drop everything and do this. This is our last shot. There will be no continuation. We have got to go in and represent the town of Dayton, and by the way, the town of Somerset, with this is the last chance we're going to get to make a presentation. He did. He worked until he got it done. We made the engineer for that project met with that employee and the building commissioner and I and went over everything. And as a result of his work, our employees' work, both the building commissioner and the health agent looked at the new plans and said, if you'd have presented those to us the first time, we wouldn't have gone to the Conservation Commission. That's how effective the work was. And I will also tell you this because I did mention Somerset. I discussed this with Somerset officials early on, and the superintendent for water and sewer was assigned oversight. They signed on that day as a party of interest because they have water rights to the river. Everything that was generated by our employee was shared with that gentleman, who is also a PE. And all of the feedback that came back was right on. Make sure you take care of this, make sure you ask for this, so forth, so on. I'm only talking about one case. But now all of you know, because some of you have attended stormwater meetings, with the number of solar farms we had, and with all the developments that are coming down the pike, to have somebody qualified as a PE, you're not paying PE prices. We all know what third-party reviews go for. Some of you have served on boards and have had to have them and have had to pay. I realize that money came out of 53G accounts. However, we're talking thousands and thousands of dollars. The work that has been generated, the work that we have relied on, I don't see the Stormwater Committee's need going away for the expertise of a PE. And having been on the Board of Health when we used to have a contractual PE to review the septic plans, this gentleman is doing that work also because it requires the review of an engineer. No, he doesn't stamp him and put his PE on there, but I really think you need to consider what is actually being done and what the services are to the town of Dayton and what the benefits have been to this date, because it's that important. Again, not what the job description says, not what his titles are, but what is taking place. And quite frankly, as long as he's with us, I intend to take full advantage of his ability as an engineer because I've got no other place to go. Thank you.
I want to let Mr. Hershey, he's had his hand up. Yep.
Who will vote for this pay raise and hour increase?
Actually, the residents will have the final say in it, so we can make a
Special
recommendation.
town meeting.
Yeah, the Board of Selectmen can.
Correct.
So the Board of Selectmen can make put the article, number 1, on the warrant, 2, make a recommendation regarding that, and 3, go before the residents, and they will decide whether or not they're in agreement with this.
Thank you.
I want to let Mr. Bernardo speak.
For everyone, Kevin Bernardo, Board of Health member. During our last meeting, I just wanted to have it on record, it's on YouTube. I actually voted against the increase. I was more in line with the 3886. I felt that was appropriate for the salary, for the town. And I thought, unfortunately, I thought $42 was too much. So I just wanted to, I couldn't get on Zoom, so I came down here, that's all I had.
That was our plan.
And, I want to
We
thank
found
you.
another way.
I don't know if you have any questions. But
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Bernardo?
Not specifically for him.
So my recommendation, as a result of that meeting that we had, was that we increase his salary to $38.86, that we increase his hours to 35 hours from 28, but to address the engineering project by project with a certain wages. Because I think all the work that he does, and he gave us a big list of all the duties that he does, requires the 35 hours a week, not counting engineering. So
I don't
when we
disagree
talk
with
about just a salary increase on this for engineering, where are those hours going to come from? So we give him a project, for example, we give him a project, he's going to be taken away from some of the Board of Health work that he's supposed to be doing. So I'm more in favor of paying him a salary for whenever he works on a particular engineering project for the town of Dayton. So
You mean a stipend?
a stipend or a particular wage, you know, hourly, if it takes him 10 hours to come up with a plan or whatever it's going to take, versus increasing the salary and having him still do that work within the 35 hours, which I see it as taken away from some of the Board of Health work that he's doing. So before I renegotiate or talk to the Board of Health again, I want the opinion of the board, whether or not I should even bother going forward with that. My position is, I think his hours should be increased, given all the duties and responsibilities, and we should increase his salary. When you look at the health agents in the area, it's within the range, and it's actually still below the range of what others are getting paid.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, do you have two motions in front of you yet?
I don't think I have any motions.
No, there are no
Still
motions.
motion.
I think I need, my only, I'm trying to phrase this properly. My big concern is that I would like some of these job duties we're alluding to, which I'm not disputing are being done, I would like them enshrined in a revised job description. We already have one, so I would like that in there, correct? I'm also not disputing that 35 hours is probably needed, because we all remember when, before we had hired Mr. Mullen, I was tasked with that job, and I worked with Mr. Pilling very closely, almost daily. So I know it's warranted. I would like you to go back to the table and discuss specifically the salary increase. As I've stated before, I'm not, as a member of the Board of Selectmen, disputing the need for 35 hours, but I think if we could work with the Board of Health, because it seems like there's some disagreement even amongst them on what the final number should be, I would like you, with the Board of Health, to work that out. But my position this evening is, obviously, I'm going to support some article going on the special town meeting, not giving my opinion on a recommendation yet, because we don't have a final agreement on a number. But I am stating publicly, in just my own observation, my own experience with the health department over the last year, is that 35 hours has probably been needed for a long time. But again, the salary increase, I think, is the question mark that I would like some clarification on. The salary increase, that one part.
To include engineering, is that what you're saying?
If it's going to include engineering, I would like the job description to reflect that. Should be accurate.
So if I could clarify just one thing, the 3886 figure was actually the proposal of the Board of Health going into the FY22 budget process. So that figure, for the town's purposes, is a tried and true consistent figure that represented the salary comps, and what, based on a comp, of other area health agents and their duties as well. So I think the chairman and I at the time, I thought it would be, number one, important to stick, to be in line with the comps, which
he mentioned we're already still on the lower end of. So, but to also be consistent on what we have been working as a town, to a place we've been working as a town to try to get to for the better part of the last 9 months. My point is, and I'm not disputing any of that, but there is a disagreement and their own board is not in agreement. So if we're gonna roll into a town meeting and explain something and expect it to have a chance of passing, I think we all need to get on the same page on this.
Amen.
Well, I don't think we have to all get on the same page. They have a recommendation, we have a recommendation, and it's up to the residents to decide which recommendation to go with. It'd be nice, and I thought we did have, I did think we were all gonna walk in, obviously the board had to come to this agreement, but I did think we were gonna walk into the special town meeting with an agreement. So I was disappointed that the Board of Health's commission decided to recommend something else. Because I didn't go in there saying, okay, we want to pay $38.86. I didn't go in. They want to figure here. I was down
That
a
number's
figure
not
here.
new. I
And you know,
remember
you've
that
been on negotiations. You'll soon be in negotiations.
Woo, something to look forward to.
Well, we've got a couple of contracts we got to deal with. And this was the so-called compromise. Clearly letting the people involved know that it's the residents that are going to vote on whatever on the warrant article, so.
I would just hate to see it get voted down and then the health agent doesn't even get the 35 hours.
I had that discussion with them, and that's why I didn't think we should go too high, but.
Okay, thank you,
they
Mr.
can
Chairman.
Do what they want.
I don't dispute that's what we agreed to. And in my years as a union representative and all my other jobs that I've held over the years, I have never reneged on an agreement. I gave an offer of something we could start now with what I felt to be an appropriate wage hike due to the responsibility. If we meet and we agree to some type of stipend or other payment for engineering duties, I'm happy with that. I just felt if we're gonna keep adding duties and not requiring engineering, but he did it for the town, now we're gonna add it to his job. He didn't have to do that. How many people say, not my job description? Well, he's not like that. Very helpful for the town. So, and Mr. Hull, if I may, I know you're not in favor of 35 hours, but you're not hurting Mr. Pilling. You're hurting the townspeople. We had 11 perk tests in the next 2 weeks. They take anywhere between 2 and 4 hours. That's 44 hours. How does a guy working 28 hours a week manage to get those done, do contact tracing, do food inspections, and all the other duties that he should get done? So,
Selectman Hull?
I'll say it now because I was cut off earlier.
well, if it's a complaint
No.
or a negative remark,
No, it has nothing to do with the
I'll
complaint.
just call point of order again.
That's okay, because it has nothing to do with the complaint.
Okay?
And I was told this by the man who made the proposal 2 years ago, Mr. Rhines, and reorganizing. And I really feel if they had followed Mr. Rhines's plan or proposal, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
I understand.
And his proposal, I believe, involved
Again,
separate positions.
That is not on the agenda right now. We're going over these articles that are before us. Clearly, it's something we need to discuss in the future. You want to put it on the agenda, we can, but it's not on the agenda right now, so let's deal with the articles. We definitely got to be out of here in less than an hour.
Is that a challenge, Mr. Pires?
The alarm, so the public knows, the alarm goes off and all sorts of, we'll have the police here in 2
Well, you're
minutes.
the chairman, you can override
can-
that.
I wouldn't know how to
We
override
can
it. so-
continue a meeting.
Also, as a point of order for you, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if we do end up going past 11 o'clock, this system will shut off and we'll have to reset.
Okay.
And the
So-
system is cable television committee. We are leaving.
Yes. So I do want to speed things up. So any other concerns about any of the articles? Now, these are,
I
I have a question, yes.
these are tentative, so they're not necessarily final as to funding and stuff like that. This is a general, my understanding is this is what's suggested, but it may change between now and 2 weeks from now when we actually vote on the, putting the articles on the warrant and the specific articles themselves and our own recommendations. Dr. Z, you had a question?
My question, Mr. Chairman, is for the town administrator, and it concerns the Dayton Trails feasibility study, the first one under monetary articles. My question is, I believe...
Thank you, Mr. Bernardo.
Thank you, Mr. Bernardo. Next time, we'll make sure you can get on Zoom. Okay, let me back up. I believe the original request on the annual town meeting back in June was for 30. So why have we gone up to 40,000? And I might be wrong and not remembering correctly. Why the $10,000 increase?
So yes, you're absolutely correct. The Trails Committee voted, I believe, a week and a half ago, to vote a revised, updated $40,000 figure based on what they thought would be inflationary costs and adjustments.
But inflationary for 6 months? It's only been a few months.
Yes.
Why would the cost go up a fourth in 6 months?
So that is what they voted.
I'm not asking you, I know you can't answer that.
Yes, that is what they voted. You can see already my recommendation. And I did make a few recommendations on a few articles here, but my recommendation is actually sticking to the $30,000. That was understood and deferred.
I just get concerns with stuff like that because you can imagine if every article was inflated by $10,000 and there are 31 articles, you do the math. So I just want to make sure that we're minding our taxpayer dollars here. Okay, thank you.
310,000. You want me to do the math?
Yeah.
10,000.
Too late for math.
Well,
So, the other thing is that we don't know what we got for free cash, so this might have to be adjusted too, so we don't know what the free cash is yet. Selectman Hull?
while we're on the proposed articles, Chapter 61A, purchase William Street, $5,000. It is also a new business agenda item this evening, so I don't know if you want to save it for then, or would you take it out of order and we could do both at the same time?
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, on that was just included as a placeholder, if you will, because we anticipated the conversation tonight taking place.
Okay.
But depending on how the conversation goes.
It may not be on.
Exactly.
We have a developer here who has been here since 7 o'clock this evening, waiting for this item to come up.
Understood.
He's a stakeholder in this discussion, so I was hoping we could move on to that, whether it be under the new business or where we're at right now, discussion on the articles for the special town meeting.
Well, we're still discussing the articles, so I don't want to go to another article. And then the next two articles are I would hope they're very short. And then we're going to go right into that article on the 61A on the land, so we will be getting to it.
Would you
soon.
prefer that I wait until then to do?
Yeah, it shouldn't take that. I appreciate your concern, but
Thank you.
any other questions about these placeholders?
No, I just wanted to add that based on whatever happens during that discussion tonight, we're going to come back to this list and we can adjust accordingly, Selectman Hall.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, Town Administrator, do we actually vote on these placeholders, or do we just, because it says discuss, act, and review, discuss,
So yes,
act,
at this
so we
point-
reviewed, discussed.
So at this point, we wanted to provide an overview of what has been proposed. Okay, I really want to thank Ms. Brady. She has been working on compiling what has actually been proposed into a draft warrant. So, and relatively soon and well in advance of the meeting on the 29th, there'll be a draft warrant for the board and the public to go through that reflects what really is summarized here. But for the board's edification and for the public's edification, we wanted to provide this information, what we have received by the closing of the warrant deadline the end of the day last Thursday, and this is everything that we've received.
Selectman Hull?
I feel really uncomfortable voting on these without a discussion first on the Chapter 61A purchase.
We're not gonna vote
So yes, this is only a summary.
Okay,
There's
we're
no
not
vote on
voting-
this tonight.
We're not gonna vote on this.
It's just
Okay.
a summary and overview where we are right now.
I mean, it says here act, so,
Well, then, the figures aren't even final yet,
Okay.
so I would also second that and say I would not be comfortable either, which is why
Thank you.
we'll, by the time the next meeting, I'm hearing that we will have a more finalized warrant with more concrete figures, so we can make a better determination.
So the next agenda item is the library is requesting to use the land behind the modular for yoga classes. Is
Mr.
everybody-
Chairman?
Yes.
Can we take the proposed articles for special town meeting under advisement? May I make a motion? Or do you just want to skip it?
I'll s-
I want to skip it.
Okay,
I
that's
mean,
fine.
we've already
You're the boss.
decided we can't vote on it, so. Has everybody looked at their requests?
Mhm.
And the people, the necessary players have signed off on it?
Mhm.
So I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we approve the facility reservation request form for the land behind the modular unit, which, by the way, is not part of that policy. We might want to revise that. As presented this evening.
Is there a
Second.
Any discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Selectman Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye, so it's unanimous. The next request is for the Dayton Rehoboth Youth Lacrosse team to use the Carl Spratt field. They've filled out all the necessary information and provided the necessary paperwork regarding insurance, and the necessary parties have all signed off on it in town. So I will entertain a motion.
Bear with me 1 second, I'm literally scrolling. Mr. Chairman, I motion that we approve the facility reservation request form for use of the Carl Spratt Field by the DR Youth Lacrosse organization or team as presented this evening.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye. The next item is review, discuss, and act on Chapter 61A, right of first refusal, Reed Brothers Farm off of William Street, map 16, lot 24. So we got a letter. Dear Chairman Pacheco, this notice is being provided, and this is dated July 8th. This notice is being provided to your office pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 61A, Section 14, of the intention of Reed Brothers Farm, limited partnership to sell the above referenced property. Enclosed, please find the following items, which was a certified copy of the purchase and sale agreement with all amendments, copies of the plan highlighted to show the location of the plus or minus 2 acres with the assessors map 16, lot 24, copy of the current deed, and copies of the agricultural tax liens record. And the next letter is from Jean Gilman. Dear Mr. Chairman, please be advised as to whether the town of Dayton intends, please advise us as to whether or not the town of Dayton intends to exercise the right of first refusal and purchase the plus 2 or minus acres of land. We've got a letter from Conservation recommending that the town purchase this land, and we have a letter from the, I believe it's the Board of Assessors, also recommending that we purchase the land. So, any
And the
questions?
planning board as well.
And the planning board? Okay, let me. Please be advised, on July 21st, 2021, the planning board voted 4-0 to recommend that the Board of Selectmen waive the right of first refusal for the property referenced above. Okay. Selectman Hull.
I originally spoke in favor of the town purchasing this land. And the next day, my phone blew up. And one of the groups, not one member, but 2 members of the planning board spoke to me about this. And they had said that they had agreed upon preliminary agreement, subject to completion of the purchase and sale agreement for a retreat lot, that the developer needed an additional 2 acres of land to fulfill the requirements of that retreat lot, and that that land was wetlands, and that that land was landlocked. I then learned, partly from members of the planning board, that if the town purchased that land, there will be a net loss to the town of $5,000. No future taxes, and that the back taxes owed on that land would not be paid. I then spoke to the developer. He's here this evening, so he can confirm anything that I say. And I would warrant that, or encourage that. He has agreed to pay the back taxes, and I have no idea how much that will be. But in addition, the home that he's going to generate on that retreat lot will, at a minimum, generate $12,000 a year to the town of Dayton. And for that reason, I cannot support the town purchasing this.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you.
I share a lot of your sentiments, but my one question or concern, and I don't know who can answer this, is if a house gets built and a family moves in, and that family happens to have a child, and it costs $13,000 for the town or the school district to educate the child, and the taxes are $12,000, isn't the town losing $1,000?
Over the course of a lifetime, no.
Okay.
For a
So
short
we're
period of
assuming-
time, they would.
But you know and I know, most people in this town aren't lifers like you and I. A lot of people move here, educate their child, and then
But
move
then
away.
somebody else would come in. Not
Possibly
necessarily
another
with children.
child. Okay. Well, it's a gamble. I just want everyone to be aware of what the math is. I would also like to hear from a member of the Board of Assessors who happens to be here this evening. My one question is, and I think member of the Board of Assessors, former Selectman Goulet can answer it, would be, what was the rationale to not waiving the right to first refusal? What do the Board of Assessors or the Conservation Commission think that the town is going to do with that acquired property? So I need that answered before I can vote.
First of all, when a piece of property is proposed to come out of chapter, there's an order of operations like in mathematics. The Board of Assessors was notified. The Board of Assessors has to make a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen. When the letter came in, I had no idea where the property was. So we went out, we were in the assessor's office, and Mrs. Beauregard read the letter. We looked at it, and we went out and looked at those big maps that are mounted, you know. And when we saw where that property was, it is landlocked. It's landlocked with some property owned by the town of Dayton and the Conservation Commission. In looking at it, yes, there's wetland, there's a stream through there. There's an old stone bridge also on part of that property. So that was on July 27th at our meeting. So I said to, I think I made a motion. Can we hold on this because I'd like to speak to the chairman of the Conservation Commission and the highway superintendent, because they hunt this town and have hunted it for years, and the question to them was, do you think this is worth pursuing? And the reason I selected them is because those are the people, those are the two individuals that I've always asked, whether it was land on Brook Street, whether it was talking to them about the land that's been donated to us by AstraZeneca. So anyhow, both of them said, yes, if the town could acquire this, it would be good. The other thing we pointed out was, in discussing this at the Board of Assessors, the town has been criticized for allowing solar farms. If we could acquire this property, even just 2 acres, it's not going to be touched. So that land that's right now under development for solar farms, eventually someday will be cleared and go back to nature. But in the meantime, if we can acquire space, open space for recreation, it's almost like we're trying to replicate some of it. That's not the full intent. Anyhow, the Board of Assessors decided to vote to recommend to the Board of Selectmen that we pursue our rights. The Conservation Commission voted on this at their meeting. and they also, that was a unanimous vote. I don't believe the Historical Commission has voted on it, but Mrs. Gale did speak in favor of this property being acquired by the town. Now, the other thing that would happen is, I'm hearing a price of $5,000. If the town agrees to acquire the property, it would be appraised. That appraisal would be done like any other appraisal that the town has to have to acquire property, such as the Brook Street land. And depending upon what that appraisal comes in at, that's the amount of money that would be offered to the owner of the property. And we would pursue it the same way we did with Brook Street. Source of funding. If the Conservation Commission says, we've got the money and we can do it, they can buy it without going to town meeting at whatever the assessed price is according to the appraiser. It would probably be wise to have it on the, if you vote, put it on the agenda in case Conservation says, we're going to waive our right to purchase. The other thing, if Conservation buys it, remember, it's got a conservation restriction on it, okay? But, again, that's what we were looking at, strictly at the potential to acquire it. We have the right choice, the first choice. The fact that the planning board took action, really, they should not have done that until the Board of Selectmen said what the Board of Selectmen decided to do with it. So again, order of operations. It's clear that the Board of Selectmen must vote. And that vote determines what happens after that. So, in effect, you haven't voted yet. And I understand where the planning board's coming from, but it wasn't their turn to act yet, if you follow the order. You may remember in the past, we've had these come up before the Board of Selectmen, and where are they? What is this for? No, solar farms, they're a classic example. A lot of that land was chapter land, and it came out, and we said, no, we're not going to buy that. And also, there were huge tracts of land that, money-wise, we probably couldn't afford anyhow. But anyhow, this is what came up at the Board of Selectmen's meeting, and this is what we did when we looked at the whole thing. So that's how it came about.
Selectman Hull?
One, there's no certainty that Conservation will buy it. Two, based on what Mrs. Goulart has just said, it may cost the taxpayers in the town of Dayton more than $5,000 to make this purchase.
Or less.
Or less. I find that hard to believe based on what I've heard about what Mr. Roderick has negotiated with the property owner. The other concern I have is, this is wetlands. The proposal by the planning board is for 7 of those 8 acres, correct me if I'm wrong, to be conservation land, with 1 acre being a house lot. I don't see a solar farm going there. I don't see
I
any,
am certainly not proposing that, and no one has said that.
any other development going there. That's not going to happen.
That's exactly why it's excellent as wetland to leave it with Mother Nature, which is what conservation basically does.
Those 2 acres will be conservation land.
How does the planning board decide that it's conservation land? How can they? I don't see- I mean,
They made
can't-
that.
Because it's wetland, they can't build on it, I get all of that, but I don't know how the planning board can declare that as conservation land.
Also, the total lot, my understanding, is somewhere in 12 or 13 acres in total, because that came up at the conservation meeting. The whole chunk, not, the 2 acres is a part of that. Okay?
That's what's under that's what's under
2
discussion
acres,
now.
yeah.
There was a recommendation made. I believe there was an individual who is in conflict, had made some recommendations, working as a consultant for Mr. Roderick. And at the conservation meeting, Mrs. Goulart asked that individual, because they are a town employee, to exclude themselves from any further discussion about that. So I feel uncomfortable.
Now I will tell you exactly what happened, because that's not what happened. Prior to going
I
into
don't
that...
want to mention
Okay.
names, though.
No, correct. The individual he's referring to has a business on the side, flagging wetlands and being an expert in wetlands. There are a number of projects that have come up in the town of Dayton since she became an employee that she had to excuse herself from because she'd been involved with them. So that's what happened. Going into that Conservation Commission meeting, she had made it clear what her relationship was. And in discussing it with Conservation Commission Chairman, what I said to her was, I advise you not to speak because you could be in conflict of interest. And she said, oh, okay. That was why I told her that. Now, if saying to an employee, you need to be careful because you could be in a conflict of interest is considered wrong.
I didn't say it was.
I'm saying to you, you indicated that I was, in effect, trying to prevent her from speaking. The advice I gave to her was sage. That's what should have been done. Now, she did make a couple of comments without getting herself into hot water. But during the course of the meeting, she also said to the 4 members that were present, it's because of the conflict of interest law. So she stated that publicly at the meeting, and that's the only reason I cautioned her. I would hope if I were getting on the edge of something that somebody would say, hey, you're getting close to conflict of interest, they'd say, at least say to me, hey, you gotta be careful. I would expect that. And that's the only reason I said that. All of the questions that were asked that night were answered. And on the very few that she could actually say something about without crossing the line, she did. But I was certainly not there to stifle her.
Dr. Z?
Yes. So, over the years, we have had as a board, and you were on the board as well, to make decisions based on recommendations from committees such as the Land Use Committee to basically waive our right of first refusal for other landlocked parcels, parcels that may not have had sufficient frontage, etc. And so I really just want to get at the core of the issue for me. That being said, where we have waived our right of first refusal for other parcels that would have been great for open space or perhaps may have been eligible for conservation, my question is, why this parcel? Why did we waive our right to first refusal on other parcels that would have also could have been advantageous to the town? So I just want to know why this parcel. That's my question.
Its location abutting other town property, and I include conservation property in that. The proposed price, if that price holds, if not, obviously, with an appraisal, we'll know whether or not. The town has 120 days to act on this, okay? Again, in thinking about trying to replicate land that is currently, and obviously, we get a lot of acres out there for solar farms, but there has been criticism of the Stormwater Committee, the town period. People don't want solar farms, but we all know if they don't bring children, they don't take services, so forth, so on. The opportunity to acquire property as open space and recreation, when it comes up, if the town can afford to do it, or a board like Conservation who has money available, really has to consider it. Council Oak 2 is a classic example. When that became available, not only was there an incentive because of the $150,000 that the City of Taunton Development was going to put in this to acquire open space, but also it was going to prevent development of the land. It was going to resolve the issue of potentially sacred land or that whole turmoil that revolved around Council Oak and all that. Mm-hmm. And the fortunate thing was Conservation had the money and voted to do it. So, that land was potentially on the market for $453,000. Concom put in $150, City of Taunton put in $150, and the owner of the property donated the rest of it. That's how we acquired it. But all of that open acreage, again, that was taxable land.
Do you have any insight into, I'm just curious now, do you have any insight into why Conservation didn't offer the $5,000 at that meeting? Where they seems like they want to buy it, but they're just saying, but we don't want to pay for it?
I didn't ask them. At that meeting, I gave them the presentation that came out of the Board of Assessors meeting. I said to them, I'm not asking you to commit money tonight. I'm asking you to send a letter to the Board of Selectmen saying you support acquiring it. You're not committing money. But the Board of Selectmen should have some kind of a recommendation, just like they got one from the Board of Assessors,
That's what they.
that they should vote yes or no, but you really should let the Board of Assessors know how you feel. And they voted. It was unanimous to send the letter saying this would be good property to acquire. I think, well, Mr. Ferry was at that meeting, and he had his laptop. And he was able to bring up, I think it's GIS or one of those things.
Yep.
Yeah, in full color. He brought it up and showed them exactly where it was, because the members of the board, some of them, I think one owns land right in that area. So they were actually pointing out, this belongs to this person, so forth, so on. And then the discussion was, a stream runs through that. Yeah, a lot of wetlands there, yes. The Conservation Commission, one of their things is they acquire and protect wetlands. That's why they own most of Broad Cove now, okay? So that's how that all came about.
Thank you.
Wetlands, protect them, stream, the whole bit. That's how it all came about.
So my question is then, if we decide that we want to purchase this land, how quickly can we have an appraisal? And if that appraisal is not something that we like, can we not then purchase the land?
If you have a warrant article for X dollars, up to, which is what we did for Brook Street, and then I think that very day I called them up and said, would you take 2,000 less? And they said yes. So if you put it on the warrant to raise and appropriate or transfer, whatever the wording is, assuming Concom doesn't say they want it, or, excuse me, they say they're not going to pay for it, up to X, you get it appraised, because we did get Brook Street appraised, the river. And if it comes in under that, you can move forward. If you get an appraisal that's higher, and if Concom doesn't buy it, you don't have the money. So at that point, you would vote again if the decision is made. We're not going to go back and try to get this money from the town. Or in the case of Brook Street, I think it was CPC that came up to acquire that. So that delayed it to another meeting. But then you just vote again and release it. Because you're the only board that can literally vote to exercise the option.
So
In a special town meeting, it's within the 120 days.
Yes, we're at around, we're in the high 60s right now,
60s?
give or take.
Yeah, so I think the letter came to us on July 8th, so it'll be November 8th. That,
So it would be pushing it, but it's within.
on November 1st, the residents can make a decision.
Can I ask a what-if question?
Yes, we just really gotta,
What if the board voted to purchase is in favor of acquiring this property, and then the conservation doesn't want to buy it, and the townspeople vote it down at the
You just vote to
annual
release
town
it.
meeting?
If you don't have the money, or can't get the money, or the appraisal is higher, and Concom says no, goes to town meeting on the warrant, gets voted down. You just vote. No, if you don't have the money, basically, and the money exceeds what's on the warrant, two options. You either say, we're going to go this one more time, or you say, that's it, the people said no, and at your next meeting, you just vote to release it.
Okay.
You in effect, exercise your option not to acquire it, okay?
So I know how Selectman Hull feels. What are your thoughts?
I'm supporting it. I'm going to go along with the recommendation of Concom and the Board of Assessors that the town purchase the acreage. I'd be concerned about the appraisal value. So in other words, if we get an appraisal prior to the special town meeting and it's outrageous, I'd be not supporting it. But at this point, I'm supporting it. Selectman Hull.
I'm asking through the chairman for Mr. Roderick to have permission to address the board.
I'm not opposed to that. If he wishes to speak, I don't know if he wants to speak, yes.
I'll just
Yeah.
say one other thing. You know the gentleman we had doing all of our appraisals.
Yeah.
He's still alive, but he's not doing appraisals. His brother does appraisals, and we have his information, and he's local, so we
So if we
do
do
have
vote-
somebody, yes.
If you vote tonight, then we're going to seek the appraisal.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Roderick?
Good evening.
Hey, my name is Tony Roderick. I'm the proposed buyer for the property on William Street. I disagree with Mrs. Goulart, some of the statements she made. As far as, there's a bridge there, there's no bridge there. I walked that property in the last 2 weeks 3 times. Somebody put some rocks there to stop the water from eroding from that stream. Second of all, you don't buy property and just let it sit there. You people keep purchasing property, acquiring property through conservation subdivisions, and you do nothing with it. Where's the park and recreations? Why don't they make it accessible to the townspeople? It's their money you're purchasing this land with. I could bring you to 2 conservation subdivisions in this town that have been done. They're completed. And the land is sat for over 10 years. And it's beautiful land. One of it borders a nice stream. This particular parcel of land that I'm trying to permit, I could have put 8 houses in there. I selected not to put the road in because of my age. And not that I haven't put roads in. I've put quite a few roads in. Like this gentleman said in his presentation, it's location. The location is, it doesn't abut town land, that's number 1. Town land is near it, but it doesn't abut it. Second of all, I'm in the process of doing 2 other retreat lots. And I'd be willing to, if I can, sit down with my engineer and see if I could carve out another 2 acres that's not wetlands, and people would have access to it. But for you people just to throw out money and let it sit there because you want the frogs and the turtles to be in there, it's foolish. Let the people see this. Let the people see the turtles and the frogs.
Well, it's conservation land. That's what
Right.
conservation land is that you preserve the land. I
You do.
understand where you're
And
coming
I'm
from.
all for it.
You're
I'm
a
all for it.
developer, so you want to
But you
develop
want
the land.
access to it. You want access to, so that people can see it, see where their money's being spent.
And I do agree with you. I don't see that it's connected to town property, that this 2
No,
acres does
it's
not,
not.
is not adjacent to.
I was in there,
town.
Davey, I was in there 2 days ago, and if I didn't have boots on, the water be over my knees, you know?
Selectman Hull?
So,
Oh,
if you,
sorry.
what's that?
I thought Selectman Hull
Oh,
had a
no,
question, but you.
he does have a
You can
question.
continue.
I have a question for
Go ahead.
Mr. Roderick, and I don't know if he cares to share the answer to this question. Obviously, you have a pending PSA
Yep.
with Mr. Reed.
Yep.
So you must have assessed the value of that piece of land.
Yeah,
Do you care to share that with us?
yeah.
How much?
Backland in Dayton that has no access to it,
No,
no
the
frontage,
land that you're
you know,
looking,
and
the
being
land in
wet.
question.
It goes between $800 to $1,000 an acre. Most of the time, if you really need it, you can pay $1,000. That's why I needed it, and I offered. He didn't ask me for it. I offered him $5,000 for this 2 acres.
Okay.
And he accepted, he says, sure. He says, I'll take $5,000. He says, it's nothing but wetland. So I'll never do nothing with it.
All right, thank you.
So that's how we arrived at the figure of $5,000. It wasn't appraised, it wasn't looked at by anybody, it was my figure or what I wanted to pay for it.
Okay, thank you.
But I also have in engineering and surveying, probably another 8,000. Between the rollback and the taxes on that 61A and what the town is gonna lose in real estate taxes, just take, for instance, 10 years. You're looking at $140,000. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze about. Over 2 acres of wetland. And you have no access to it, so the people, the taxpayers, they don't even know where it is. Just to say, the town of Dayton owns 2 acres of wetland?
Well, they'll have the final say as to
Yeah,
whether
I
or not we're gonna
understand
purchase
that,
them.
but just, it's a point of order to me.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I will entertain a motion. We need to decide whether or not we're going to waive our right to this land or go before the town and purchase the land.
I'm gonna let Selectman Hull make the motion.
He's not going to.
I think we have to do something, though.
Yes, we have to do
No, we
something. Wanna
don't.
wait- Well, no,
If it doesn't have a motion and a second, it fails.
it fails at this meeting, but it can be brought up. We still got another 50 days or so. I'm going to step down and make a motion that the town of Dayton purchase the land, have an appraisal, and have a recommendation to the residents in town once we get the appraisal. Is there a second?
I'm not gonna second it, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not either.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we skip, is it possible for us to skip the next 2 items? Town Administrator,
If we can move really quickly on the surplus equipment, and I can read them, and I can read through them. We do have an upcoming auction which we need to post for. So if that's okay, I'll read them into the record.
Yes.
Okay. So all the equipment that I list would be voted on and approved by the Board of Selectmen for surplus equipment for disposal. From the Planning Board, a Kia Sierra KM4050 copier, 1 Brother multifunction printer, 1 metal printer standing cabinet. From the Highway Department, surplus equipment for disposal, one Essex cement mixer, model number 82501665, 1 1986 Chevrolet dump, VIN number 1GBL7D 1B 2GV 108007. And it includes the titles. And then from the Police Department, unneeded cruisers. Cruiser number 2, a 2011 Ford Crown Vic Victoria, black and white. VIN number 2FABP 7B B8BX 172261. And cruiser number 3, a 2010 Ford Crown Victoria, black and white. VIN number 2FABP7B V1AX 102129. And the cruisers are no longer reliable and no longer fit the needs of the department due to age, mileage, all like in repair costs. So those are the surplus items we have before you at this time, Mr. Chairman. And where they vote to declare surplus this evening, then working with the building commissioner, we can schedule and advertise an auction, so we can have those auctioned.
So was there?
That's the opposite of disposal. Disposal is destruction.
So I'm sorry, we're asking the Board of Selectmen to declare them surplus, so then we could schedule and advertise an auction.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna, you had a question,
but-
I'm sorry.
Weren't there some other items added to this? Didn't we get some late items?
That was the highway
That was a letter that came in from Heather at the Highway Department, and I read those into the record.
Shell truck and.
I believe that was a Chevrolet dump.
Yep.
Yep, they
Okay.
are. Mhm. They're the same.
Yeah,
I will
that was
enter-
dated today.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we declare for surplus the equipment as read by Town Administrator Mullen with the extra additions that he just mentioned.
Second,
Have a second. Any discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
aye.
Dr. Zagrafis?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye. I'm going to suggest that we not go forward with the proposed changes to the business guide flow chart. I don't think we're going to have time to do that, so I'd ask for a motion to continue this to our next scheduled Board of Selectmen's meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second,
We'll call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye. The next agenda item is to review, discuss, and act on the appointment of Dave Phillips to Open Space Committee. I believe Dave Phillips is here.
Hey, Dave.
Yes.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to appoint David Phillips to the Open Space Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not,
Yes.
nope.
I just wanted to say, welcome. You have given us a quorum again, so we can continue our work, quite frankly. I really look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you for
Volunteering.
volunteering, quite frankly. I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z? Aye. And Campuchico is also an aye. Appoint, next item is appoint Daniel LePage as an associate member to the Conservation Commission.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we appoint Daniel LePage as an associate member to the Conservation Commission.
Is there a second? Any discussion?
I have a question about Daniel LePage. Okay, it's, his brother, Ron LePage, was here earlier. He
Mhm.
told me that he may not live anymore. Daniel.
It's an appointed position, though.
He's still here.
Mhm.
Okay, 'cause I was a little confused. He's saying he's a girlfriend.
It counts. We'll take it, Rafa. But to answer his question, we try to get people from Dayton, but appointments, my understanding is, unless it says so specifically in a bylaw, can live, like our previous town accountant did not live in Dayton. They were appointed. Yep.
And it looks like he's a good fit for conservation if you looked at his resume or his application.
agree.
So,
I agree.
I want to call, we did have a vote, right? I mean, we did have a motion.
Motion.
Okay, I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
Campuchico is also an aye. The next agenda item on the correspondence is, I've got it correct, yes. Dear Chief McDonald and Dispatcher Costa, I am writing this letter to inform you of my decision to no longer continue with my position at the Dayton Police Department. This letter should be considered as a formal resignation from the position effective immediately. I wanted to thank you both, along with the fellow employees of the Department of Dayton Police Department, for the opportunity to work with another department and allowing me to have a new experience. I've taken some time to think about my decision, and I just don't think I am the right fit for this position. I apologize for the timing of this letter, but I thought it would be best to let you know, both know the right decision, know right away my decision I have made. Hope you understand my decision, and if there is anything I need to do further, please let me know, and this is signed Samantha Cotton.
Mr. Chairman, if you're entertaining motions, I motion that we accept with thanks and appreciation the resignation letter of Samantha Cardin.
I'm going to step down and second that motion. Any discussion? If not, I'm going to call for a vote. Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye. The next letter is from Mary Jane Kingsland to the Board of Selectmen dated September 7th. I, Mary Jane Kingsland, am writing to inform you of my resignation from the Board of Registers. Please let this letter serve as my official resignation, and it's signed by Mary Jane Kingsland.
Mr. Chairman, if you're entertaining motions, I motion that we accept the resignation letter of longtime Board of Registrars member Mary Jane Kingsland with sincere thanks and appreciation.
Second.
I'll call for a vote. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, I just want to mention, I don't know how the Board of Registrars will handle this. I did contact the clerk's office today. because you know how it has to be one Democrat, one Republican, and I think it's independent maybe, the third member. Mrs. Kingsland was a Republican, so there is, that spot is now available, okay?
It's good to know.
Yep.
I'm not sure if there's any Republicans in the audience, but you may want
There
to.
could be, there's a spot on the Board of Registrars.
The next item is acknowledgements. It's a thank you to the Highway Department for the recent work for the Hurricane Henry and Ida cleanup. They did an amazing job. I don't know if you noticed a different town, and there was an individual on Main Street, you may have mentioned this in the past, who was flooded, and the Highway Department went over and bailed, got the water out of the basement and took care of the water that was coming down that, almost like a river. Yeah, it was quite something, but they've done an outstanding job.
I had a call that I received from Family Services for a very similar situation in Taunton. And all I can say is Tom Ferry and his crew are incredible, because the family that was victimized in Taunton did not get the same response that Mr. Ferry and his crew. I saw what they did, because it's a couple doors down the street from me. We have a great DPW, but we have an incredible man running that department, because he didn't just direct. He was in the water. He was putting in the pumps and the fans and helping to take destroyed stuff out of the house himself. So it wasn't just giving orders.
Well, that goes with my old quote, not all highway departments are created equally. Mr. Chairman, I do have an acknowledgement, if you don't mind. It'll be very quick.
Please, because you both have had the opportunity a couple of times to go to the bathroom. And as the chair, I haven't had that opportunity. And I've got to go before 11 o'clock.
Can I read this while you're going? Okay. We received a letter, a card actually, from Cameron Caro, who graduated, and he said, "Dear Mr. Zagrafos and the Dayton Board of Selectmen, thank you so much for choosing me for the Dayton," I should have read this under correspondence, "for the Dayton Rehoboth Baseball Scholarship. I feel very honored and greatly appreciate your kindness. I am attending Framingham State University and have been recruited to play baseball. This scholarship will help me further my education and allow me to fulfill my dream of playing baseball in college. Thank you again. Sincerely, Cameron Caro." Usually we get the complaint letters, so I wanted to pass along a thank you.
I saw that, and it was very well appreciated. Minutes, except for review of the Board of Selectmen's regular meeting minutes of July 28, 2021, and August 11, 2021.
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is an aye. I'm asking for the minutes from the July 14, 2021 be continued to our next scheduled meeting,
Okay.
which is September 29th. I did not have an opportunity to read those. I read everything, and I missed reading those, so I'm not prepared to vote on them.
Okay.
So entertain a motion to continue those minutes
So moved, Mr. Chairman, to our next
to
meeting.
our next meeting.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is an aye. Approval of the warrants. We have 4 warrants that we need to, who has that information? You do? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we approve the warrants dated August 25th, 2021, as follows. 8A-22 in the amount of $108,608.44. 8B-22 in the amount of $20,000.52. 8C-22 in the amount of $232,962.16. And 8D-22 in the amount of $1,337.30.
You have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we approve the following warrants, all dated September 1st, 2021, as follows. 9A-22 in the amount of $115,889.74. 9B-22 in the amount of $109,631.97. And 9C-22 in the amount of $6,097.62.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we approve the following warrants, all dated September 8th, 2021. 10A-22 in the amount of $104,965.55, and 10B-22 in the amount of $106,527.15.
Is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor say aye. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
Campuchico is also an aye.
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we approve the following warrants, all dated September 15th, 2021. 11A-22 in the amount of $98,095.14, and 11B-22 in the amount of $76,777.63.
Is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor say aye. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is an aye. Public input.
Mr. Chairman, a
Yes.
request, could we find the official town flag and mount it on the wall behind you?
There has been.
It was in here, it was right there.
Yeah, no,
we know where it is.
We do know where it is. There's been some discussion. I know that a building commissioner's thought about putting it here, but I think it's too big, in front of the desk here.
Oh, and
Yes, and the podium would take away from it. But I do agree with you that we need to.
we've got some bare spots.
I was just going to suggest that. That goes right back there, bare, and then the flag can go right there. I agree, just like how it was in the former,
Yes,
correct.
Selectmen's meeting, and the other thing I just want to mention to anyone who wasn't there, the very touching, serious, solemn ceremony for 9/11 that was at the North Fire Station on 9/11. They did a great job.
You did.
And those of us that were there, I think we all recognize what went into that. So
Yes.
thank you, fire department, and every other department that was represented there.
I agree, thank you.
Any public input? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor say aye. Selectman Hull?
Aye.
Dr. Z?
Aye.
And Campuchico is also an aye. Thank you.